Coming from a bad place, oh yeah. Tryna be a better me just for you. But it ain't easy, it's hard to get used to. Minding my own business, I'm not worried about what he do. Cause nowadays, all the niggas, they be see-through. I always said this is that I'm staying around people. Finding my own path like I'm writing my own sequel. Two-faced people all around, they be evil. 2021, you can never trust nobody. Good and bad thoughts on my mind, they be crowded. Wish a nigga past his limits, then he see he bought it. Family work hard, but I never guess I'm found it. Came a long way in my dream, now I be drowned it. Niggas stay dying out here, got some hearts pounded. Multi-talented, my passion, I haven't found it. Yeah, in my home, I was never ever doubted.
Good morning to each and everyone, wherever you are. Good evening. Happy Sunday. It's a very disappointed weekend, and it was disappointed enough that you have to take a break, to resolve everything and to come to realization, and don't jump the gun too early or say something, that you're going to regret, or sometimes it's just good to walk away for a minute or a moment. So today is the day that we're gonna come and talk about Chelsea after the fact that we got a sleeping lion and we couldn't take advantage of it. So we're gonna go down into some matters, and we're gonna listen to the after match press conference with Pochettino. I'm gonna listen to it, and I'm gonna react to it a little bit, or hear what he said, because I haven't listened to none of it yet. So everything is just gonna come natural. So and we're gonna talk a little bit about the games, the Premier League games, which Arsenal take care of Wolves, and that's a good point. That's a good part for us. So, let us see what's gonna happen in some of the rest of the games today. And so art my heart is so full, because it's Thiago Silva last chance to win another trophy with us, and too bad, we couldn't at least give him that moment, to at least another final, and feel sorry for the guy, because he did, since he come to Chelsea, he stepped up, be a leader in that dressing room. Not only be a leader in that dressing room, he'd be a leader on the pitch too. And when all the senior player left, like he stay on to lead this young team, and to direct them into the right path. And I have to take my hats off to the man. I don't got on a hat today, but you know what I mean. Like, he is a legend for us. I'm not gonna beat around the bushes. Thiago Silva is a legend for us. And legend form in many different ways. It's not how many years he's at the club and how many trophies he won. We can put all of that aside, but I can stand here right now and I can say that Thiago Silva is a legend of Chelsea. And it just hurt to see the way I would hand for him. And see how some of the players was just laughing and smiling, and like it didn't mean nothing to them, and it means so much to him. I'm not saying that you rich money maker in the building, big up, true legend. Yeah, but back to Thiago Silva, it's art. It's overwhelming to see how we leave the pitch, and the way how Noni Madueke was there laughing and smiling with Grealish, and to see the frustration his teammate is going through. Which that is just to show you that the team that we got is really young. So I'm not gonna sit here and blame Noni Madueke, for being young, but I'm just saying, like, you can see that we got a young team. That's what I'm mainly talking about. It's just to see that and to show that our team is really, really young and inexperienced. And gradually they're gonna get there. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow, or whenever, but we just know that they one day they will get there. So hopefully it will be sooner than later, for the fans' sake. So hopefully it will be sooner than later. Breaking news: big director meeting today. Rich money maker in the building, people. You know, yeah, but it's just unfortunate the way it ended for Thiago Silva. I would have want to see him go out at least in the final, and at least got a shot of winning a last trophy. That would have been more better in my eyes for me. Because as I said, the guy come in and he never looked back because we all know Thiago Silva is a world class player for many, 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 many years. He done it in the Italian Serie A with AC Milan. He done it with Paris. And he come to Chelsea, win the Champions League. Unfortunate that we never give him a chance to even come close to win a Premier League title. But that to show you, man, that he could have left, and go finish his career somewhere else, but he stick around, and that's something that meant a lot, meant a lot. It meant a lot to me, especially, because to know that Aspilicueta and all these experienced players that we got in our dressing room, left, and he stuck around with all these teenager. You have to say they're teenager compared to him, and he stick around, and he didn't budge, he stay, and to see the way how he was crying on that pitch, and Enzo Fernandez was the one that I see go over and was giving some comfort, and heads up to Enzo Fernandez, and again, man, to show you that man is gonna be a leader in that dressing room, one day, probably not right now, but to show you that the levels of experience we got in that team, and the leadership, you can tell the leader is different from the different from the extremely young players, but it's just unfortunate, man. Unfortunate that we get so much opportunity and we just couldn't put them away. Because I was on Coach Chilla, um, broadcast earlier in the morning before the game, and I was telling him that I think this game gonna be down to Jackson. And when you just got a gut feeling that something's gonna happen, in that way. And I just know that Cole Palmer, you know, they're gonna do everything to try to limit Cole Palmer. But I was looking at Jackson as the man, should be the surprise, and he was the surprise. But unfortunately, he just couldn't take none of those opportunity, and it's just sad to right here sitting here talking about it when we could have been talking about something, more positive, but we're not gonna bash him because he's a young player, but he showed that he's not the man to lead us to the glory land, but he can be a part of that mission. We're definitely gonna need a more clinical striker, to be quite honest. And as I keep on saying, a striker don't have to be $100 million to me. I would take Ollie Watkinson any day of the week. I would even take Solanke, any day of the week, because for us to go out for Victor Osimhen, if we don't get European football, Victor Osimhen not gonna want to come to us, because right now a lot of people are gonna be looking at this project and say they don't see, no progress in it. So, it's gonna be a tough one in that way. So hopefully we can push on from here and at least grab a European spot, because it's right now it's in our reach. And a lot of people right now, if you ask them if we could have being in this situation today, they would have told you no. So right now we're out of the cup, but we still got a chance, But coming up against Arsenal on Tuesday, which we're gonna go later down in Aston Villa, those two games are the games that gonna decide our fate, in my point of view, because we definitely have to try to get some result one way or another, because Wolves got taken care of, and Man City, we're gonna have to hope that Man City take care of Brighton too, and we can at least, put a gap between us and the rest, at least of 4 or 5 points, but it's still gonna be a sticky one, to be quite honest, and we just have to keep our finger crossed right now, because that would be really, really, really detrimental if we don't make European football, because we really need something at least this season to show the progress that we're made. Because if I'm gonna sit here and tell you a lie that we don't make progress, I'm gonna tell you that's a lie. We do make progress this year. And if Pochettino is the man to take us over the line, only time will tell. But to say that we don't make progress, I've been telling a lie, because we know that we do make progress. We make a little bit of progress, because at least we reach to a semifinal and plus a final, this season, and to show you that this team is growing together, But the point is, the question that we all want to ask, if Pochettino is the man that can take us over the line. I see. I get you, Rich Moneymaker. You're right. Yeah, we got that tournament coming up. We can use that as a benchmark. But a lot of players not gonna want to probably won't be buying that thing. A lot of players want to play in that tournament, but they're gonna look on the progress of us, next season, because if we don't have a good start next season, a lot of players still gonna be looking at that, because that tournament will be in the summer. So let us see how it's gonna go, because it's still a long way to go. Oh yeah, that's another thing too that I saw. When they were talking about Atletico Madrid that qualify and Barcelona was out. They were said that Atletico did already have about $40 to $50 million bag. So that's a good thing, for us overall, like, financially, because to enter that tournament and bag that money already, that's a good plus. It's just us to try to get a team ready to at least advance, in that tournament, and try to go on and win it, because it's the first time they're keeping it in this form. So it would be nice if we be the first team to ever win it. At least these young players we can stamp a mark and build and start to build their own legacy. So let us see how it goes. But it will prevail itself to see how we go in the summer. And I think the end of the season will definitely help us. Yeah, I'm watching the game. I was watching the game until I jump on live, but I was gonna wait until the Liverpool game starts, because I'm gonna be on here for a little bit. Good win for Everton. They definitely jump out of the relegation zone. You know, I don't think Everton is going to get relegated. I think a lot of people are expecting them to get relegated. I think all the teams that are going to get relegated are already right there in that relegation zone. to be quite honest, because you know, even though Burnley win yesterday, but there still is one of my main contender to get relegated. To be quite honest, so I think they definitely get relegated. I think Sheffield already gone, and I think the next one gonna get is Luton. I was rooting for Luton all season long, but the thing with Luton is you never can tell what you're gonna get from Luton. You know, and that's the thing. You know, I definitely really want to see Luton stay up of what they show early out in the season, where they have a never, and never die, attitude. But you can't keep on throwing away a 2 or 3 goal lead, like that. So that's relegation form. Even though you're showing fighting spirit, but there's definitely something lacking right there. They can't hold on to their lead. So I just think that those are the 3 teams are gonna get relegated. Yeah, Burnley look like recently they definitely started get back a momentum, and that's a really good plus for them, because Desti Fafana, even though he didn't start yesterday, but he was he was on the bench. I didn't even check if he did come off the bench, but he's showing a lot of progress over there, to be quite honest. But he's showing that he's raw at the moment too. He's still not ready to come in and to even lead our line either. So I would want them to stay up and at least keep him on loan for one more season. Or even if they do go down, keep him for one more season on loan. That will help to build him. But for what he showed, we paid $10 million for him for Dufsel Fofana. But he already put himself up to about $20 million right now, because right now if we put him up for sale, we're gonna make about $10 million profit off him, because of what he showed. He showed that he definitely there's a player in there, especially that world class goal that he scored against West Ham. West Ham, he's making a lot of progress. So for me, that's the only reason why I really love to see them stay up, is for Fana to really at least get another spell in the Premier League, because that would be really good for them. So I'm gonna check the table right now and see what I would set out, because if Aston Villa take care of Brighton today, not Brighton, Bournemouth today, they will play, because we're 4 points ahead of them right now. So that and they will play at least 3 games more than us. So that will put us in a strong place. That's what we all want. So what do you think of our hotel? Yeah, as I said, man, these owners are billionaire for a reason. That's why I never really worry about the financial part, because they know what they were getting into, and a lot of people were saying that we're gonna be in big trouble, but you have to look on the fact, you have to look on every single aspect of it, because remember when they gonna come in. Remember the thing about it is, because we did have that ban, because it was politics reason why the club was on hold. We couldn't sell ticket, we couldn't sell merch, we couldn't sell nothing at all, because they didn't want to put any money into Roman Abramovich pocket. So the Premier League did give us a leeway, you know, So we did get a leeway for that whole entire year. So they're kind of deducting that part out of it. So we kind of being good for a little bit, but a lot of outlets don't really talk about it. To be quite honest, they don't talk about the positive side of it. They only see the negative. And once you're down, sometimes you got some people just want to keep you down there because that's how they build their narrative and that's how they get their media attention. But for me, like they never talk about the upsides. They're gonna always look on that side. And these owners, remember when they come in, they bring a lot of business talk to the Premier League. Remember they were even talking to the Premier League about tradings and trades and stuff like those. So they got a good relationship with the Premier League. So that's why I wasn't really worried too much about our finance and the hotel and all of that. Like I know they will find ways, you know, because they're good on finding loopholes, and that's how they're billionaire, because they know how to go around stuff. But my biggest concern is after a while, all the loopholes gonna be closed. So I don't want to see us really go out and be splashing the cash in this summer. I just want us to get our main target, like a striker and a defender. Because trust me, I will sell the Sassy today if I have the opportunity. Because for me, the Sassy do not like to defend wide. Honestly, when the Sassy come on that field yesterday, the game, I was um I was a little bit outraged when I saw him going to the right back, the right back, because Disasi don't like to defend wide. And if you see, Disasi should have been out there closing down Daku or Doku, how you pronounce his name. He should have been out there. He have his hand behind him looking for a square where he let the guy go one more, two more touch down the line and put it across. And that's some of the things that I've been seeing, for the last couple of months, where I'm seeing that he comfortable defending inside, but he's not comfortable defending outside. So we're definitely gonna have to look away from him, to be quite honest. Yeah, the woman team did a magnificent job yesterday. But I think they got a second leg. If you can correct me. I think that's just the first leg of the semifinal at the Barcelona Stadium. I think they have to come to Stamford Bridge. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's one more leg to go. You know, I really want to see Emma Hayes win that trophy before she left. To be quite honest, because that's the only trophy she never won. I don't really worry about the League Cup and the FA Cup that we lost, to Arsenal and Manchester United. To be quite honest, the main thing is for him to win the league and the Champions League. I would love her to close out with that. To be quite honest. But for the woman team, that's some blessing. Notorious stashing, notorious stashing the building. Not, I hope you guys win today, because if you guys win today, you do me a big favor. The notorious stash. I hope you guys win today. Wow, that's how long they haven't lost a game for 5 years. Wow. Well, that's some achievement. That's what I'm saying. Like, we just have to do what we have to do at Stamford Bridge in the next leg, and take it from there and see if we and go on to see if we can win the final. Well, that's true. Like you guys have it in your hands, and I don't know what come over your players for the last 2 to 3 weeks. Like they've been throwing away the games. I don't know if it's just reality hit them, or are they just tired? But something ain't right, and hope you guys can fix it because Man City right now is a wounded lion. Watching them how they play Chelsea, even though they don't play until Thursday again, but you can see that they still haven't recovered from that Real Madrid defeat. That's why I was so disappointed in that game yesterday because at least we could have wounded them more, and make it better for the next two teams that tracing. To be quite honest, like we could have wounded them because if they did suffer a defeat yesterday, I don't think psychologically and mentally, they would have recovered that quickly. That would have given them a shook. You know, um, and that would have let Pep start to overthink because Pep Guardiola, tend to overthink a lot. So I would have loved to see our our to see what if Chelsea beat them, what would have happened. To be quite honest, you know that would be a good thing for the league. To be honest, because that's the only giant we want to fall right now is Manchester City because we can afford to them to win the title 4 times in a row. And the notorious Stash, Rich Moneymaker said, please beat Fulham for us. You do us a big favor too if you beat Fulham. So I hope you've seen Rich Moneymaker and at least telling you would do it for him because I know Rich Moneymaker is just like me. Like we really want to see Aston Villa take care of Boseman today, and we'd love if you take care of Fulham. And even though Man City, I would love Man City draw with Brighton on Thursday. At least that would kind of help us. Even though I want Man City not to win the title, but I have to look about for Chelsea interest too. And Chelsea biggest interest right now for me is to see the teams that are around us drop points. Yeah. Okay, Rich Moneymaker. She says she got you the job done. Yeah. So I think we're gonna finish the season strongly though, to be quite honest, because once we take care of Arsenal for Liverpool on Tuesday, the rest will be up to Liverpool again because either Brighton or Tottenham gonna take care of Manchester City. So it's gonna be up to you guys now to take it into your own hands. So your destiny gonna be in your own hands after we take care of Arsenal. Yeah, me either, Rich Money. I don't really mind Liverpool. I cannot sit here and tell anyone that I got anything, against Liverpool. Like Liverpool for me is just a team that I would love to see them win the title. To be quite honest, I would love to see them win it over Arsenal and Manchester City. And for me, Arsenal, they put themselves in this situation because the Arsenal fans, man, they're too much. They do too much. They always want you to give them validation. they always cry, that they're the most hated team, and even when you're not seeing Arsenal, they always find a way to be in the conversation. So that's for me right there, where I cannot afford for Arsenal to win right now. Honestly, even though I know if Arsenal did make it through and City, we would have get the fifth spot in the Champions League. But for me, I couldn't sit there and say that I really want to see, Arsenal go through, to be quite honest. I wouldn't dare want to see that, to be quite honest. So when they were out, I was celebrating, even though I know it would be better for us if you know we they go through. It'll be the fifth spot, so at least the fifth spot would get Champions League, and the sixth and seventh would get the European Cup. you know. But overall, I'll be okay with whatever happened at the end of the season. Destiny will prevail. Let us see how it goes. But for me, I'm glad, to be quite honest. I'm really glad that that is done and over with. I cannot sit here and say that I'm worried that Arsenal is gonna win a Champions League. So that to show you, we're still gonna be the only team in London to win the Champions League. So even if they do go on and win the Premier League, we're still the only team in London that to win a Champions League. So therefore, we still got some bragging rights. Vincent. Yeah, honestly, Arsenal project, it I'm gonna say that you see progress. You can see that they're not a laughing stock anymore. But put it this way: if Arsenal leave and don't win nothing this year, their project have failed. And people are gonna have to realize that, like, all these hypes that they're giving Arsenal and stuff like that. Like, you see progress in their team, but they're still the Arsenal for the last 20 years. They have to go on and win something this season. If they don't win nothing this season, like, there should be a big question mark on Arsenal, to be quite honest. A lot of people, all the attention go to Chelsea right now because of the way we are at Manchester United, but a lot of people need to start to question Arsenal if they don't win nothing this season. Because they reached the stage right now where they should have at least win a FA Cup or a League Cup this season. And even the Champions League. So would I can I sit here and say they make progress? That's another debate. But I don't think what Arsenal is doing right now. You know, I cannot say here and say that it was successful if they don't win nothing this season. So they definitely have to go on and win something this season for us to really can say that they definitely win, or they definitely improve. Because for me, they're still in the same spot like they were at when Arteta take over. Even though the league spot is changed, from your eighth to probably your second or your third, but you can still see they still can cross the line. So therefore, I won't say that I want to build a project like Arsenal. And honestly, Arsenal are trying to follow us, to be quite honest, because Chelsea is the first team that started a young project. It's just unfortunate that we never have the manager, that was the like the type, like, your Pep or whatever, that will bring through young players. But we did do a revolution in young players, which I'm gonna touch on lately, a little bit later in the stream. But we already did a young, because if you notice, these owners are doing the same thing Roman Abramovich did. But we just don't sit and think about it. You know, Rich Money Maker, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Oh yeah, like we have to celebrate. But if you notice, we buy like about 10 to 12 young players at once, but we just have our jog burn on Lampard because we buy Kevin De Bruyne, Mo Salah, Aska, um, Eden Hazard. That's five. Churare that we get the transfer ban for when he was 14 or 15 when we scoop him up. You know, name it. We buy a Raman Lukaku, uh, Vanda Dijk, Zuma. Um, who else we buy? Victor Moses. We buy Musiala. No, not Musiala. Charlie Musunda. Like the Musunda's brother, the Azar brothers. Like we used to buy a whole bunch of young talent, but we just couldn't find a way to put them in and sell them off for profit. Like we did this matter before. So this is not the first time we're doing something like this. So we do the Gail Kakuta, you know, we did all of this before. So it's not the first time that Chelsea's doing these young project, but we saved that for probably later on in the show. But right now, like you know, Crystal Palace one. Oh, I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that one. Let me check and see what's going on. Oh, the game started at 10. Oh, Crystal Palace leading 3-0. Ooh. Oh, that's good for us. Thank you, Rich Moneymaker, for the update. That's something magnificent for us right now. You know, I definitely gonna switch over to that game, but that's gonna do wonders for us. Thank you for the update, Rich Moneymaker. We all know what that's gonna do for us. So if they can hold on right now, that's gonna bring something magnificent for us, to be quite honest, because that's gonna put us in a better spot. All right, Tabor. Let me check and see where West Ham. So we're gonna have 3 games in hand on West Ham. 3 games in hand on West Ham, and they're leading us by 1 point. We got a better goal difference. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, we we just we just need oh, I'm gonna have to go over that game, Rich Moneymaker. So I'm telling you guys, like, our destiny is in our hand. Like, we definitely we definitely can make Europe. We just have to have faith. A little bit of faith can take us a long way. You know, it's looking good right now in our favor. So just Aston Villa right now to take care of business for today, and Liverpool, and we're being a good spot. And Oh, Aston Villa losing one goal to nothing. That ain't good. Solanke penalty. Man, I'm telling you, man, Solanke is on a different level this season. You know that Solanke is on a different level. Honestly, seems like he finally reached the Solanke that are watching that Youth World Cup. Solanke is back. Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember when he got a golden boot for England on the 17 World Cup. And Solanke was the man at that tournament. And he seems like he's finally hitting his peak. So Solanke is back. You know, hopefully he can continue this form. Even though he left the way how he left us for Liverpool wasn't that good, wasn't that great anyway. But you know, I can sit here and say that he's coming from Coben, so it's a good look. So 5 minutes in the Manchester and Coventry semi-final is still 0-0. You know, let me see if they start Money Mace in that. So there's still no spot for Mason Mount in the starting 11. Ooh, they're using Casemiro as a centre back, too. They're using Casemiro with Maguire as their central defender, Kobe and Scott Matane in the midfield, Bruno Fernandes, Garnacho, and Rashford and Allen. For bragging rights, I would love if Coventry pull off a victory. To be quite honest, I ain't trying to be a hater, but I would love Coventry pull off something. If Coventry can pull something off, that would be magnificent. I would love they can just do it for me. If they don't do it for no one else, just do it for me. I will appreciate it. Yeah, but so far, it's looking good. It's looking good for us this weekend, even though we're lost. But this weekend ain't looking too bad for us with the results. You know, we can definitely look to something great out of this weekend. It will pull us. Aston Villa is the only English team left in Europe, I think. Aston Villa probably they probably burned out at this point in time. To be quite honest, because they're the only team that left in Europe, and I think their game goes straight down to penalty shootout too, just like Manchester City. So I don't know how that game gonna turned out. If we could take our chances, that's down to Jackson, man. Jackson just didn't take none of his chances, to be quite honest. Yeah, Aston Villa are playing. I'm playing really good. It's just unfortunate they're already down. I think Aston Villa gonna come back and win this one. Let me go through Pochettino press conference. You know that I was gonna go through earlier because, as I said, I didn't go through it. I didn't listen to it at all, to be quite honest. Because of as I said, I didn't want them to rule in the day no more. So let me listen to Pep Guardiola first. Pep Guardiola said it's unfair because the FA let their play the way how they let their play the game. I will say he is a good manager. Because I know he managed in Spain a couple teams in Spain. I'm not gonna say he's a bad manager. For me, he know what he wants out of his team. To be quite honest, and you can see his style of play because they score goals. They're not a boring team. They're kind of entertaining. But for me, I wouldn't go for another manager right now in that it's his first season in England too. So you have to look at it this way. I would say Rich Moneymaker. After a while, if you only can stick to one style, after a while you're gonna get found out in England because in England, the managers study other managers a lot and how to break them down. To be quite honest, and I will give him one more season in the Premier League to see if he can continue, this path with these players and to see where they go from there. So I want to say that his first season, his failure is a very very successful season for him. But I will give him one more season to see if he can continue, down this path. Just like with Big Ange at Tottenham. A lot of people been raging because he brings something fresh to the Premier League where no one ever seen before. So it's kind of take everyone by surprise. Would it work for him next season? It can be, or probably not, because if you get some good players that can play what he wants, because you notice he never switch from what he do. He always trying to stick to what he knows. And that's what I think sometimes some of the players are probably not good enough for him. So if he gets his players, you probably can see you do better, or it probably be the same thing. Um, I don't think in my point of view, you know, I'm gonna be honest. I know Pochettino gonna stay at least for one more season, but would I keep him? I don't think he is the man to take us over the line. He showed that he can take us to the semifinals and the finals, but he haven't shown me enough that he got that luck to cross the line. To be quite honest, because I'm not gonna blame him for yesterday game, but I will say that I can take one or two, negative part out of that game yesterday. And one was when he bring on Disasi as a right back, and all season long, like we saw Disasi struggle to defend out wide. He cannot defend out wide in the Premier League. Probably he does it when he was in France, but it's a total of different way of defending as a right wing back in the Premier League. You see what that does to Reece James with his hamstring injury and Ben Chilwell. It takes a lot out of you to be a right-sided defender in the Premier League, or a left back, a right back or a left back. It do take an arm and a lot out of you. If you notice, a lot of the wingbacks in the Premier League normally tend to be injured. You know, and I will say when Desasi come on, you know, when Gusto was closing down the wing back, you know, coach is in the building. Big up, coach. You know, it's hard. It's hard, man, to really blame Poch for that loss because for me, you know, I was saying all weekend like Jackson will be the man to decide the game because I know for a fact that Cole Palmer's paces was gonna limit, and I know that it would be Jackson would be the man have to step up, but the end of the day, he just didn't step up. He did get his opportunity, but he just couldn't take them. You know, and that's exactly what I was reading when I was studying the whole entire game. You know, I know for a fact that he would be a big part of it. But he just unfortunate. He just cannot take none of those opportunity. And you know, it comes back down to a lot of different thing. Like Cole Palmer is the man, and when he get marked out of the game, like we got no one else to step up, you know, and a lot of players have to start to step up, you know, especially next season. So that would be one of my biggest concern is next season if these players are going to step up, you know, because we definitely knew what Cole Palmer can do, but these rest of these players have to start to put a shift in, you know, and you can see that they're immature because Thiago Silva was pouring his heart out there, and the way how the rest of them was just go on like it was just another day, you know, that to show you that they're inexperienced. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I could never sit here and blame Pochettino. The only thing I would blame him for is just this Disasi, you know, at right back. It's just for me like Disasi is just not good defending wide. You know, if you watch all the rest of the games, you know that we play when against Man City when he was in the central defending, you know, he's good to recover and block shots from there. You know, he's comfortable. That's his comfort zone. But once he has to start to go out wide, you know, that could pass him too easily because he's already put his hand behind him like he was in the center of his defensive turf. You know, like he's ready to block the square where he should have been face to face with Doku out there. You know, so that's why I was like, you know, Pochettino, I would only blame him for that part. And when you see that Man City was down, you know, I would have take Enzo off because we already was saying that earlier on your show, coach, that you know we don't and with Enzo, when Enzo and Caicedo play, you know, it kind of limit the next one. So I would have dropped Gallagher there because you know Man City was already tired and wounded. You know, so another player like a Kane would have been a big plus to help free up you know Cole Palmer a little bit more, you know, and overall like it's just those two little points. But I could never blame Poch for that game yesterday because that have nothing to do with Poch. It just have to do with what the players was on the field. We just couldn't take our opportunity, you know, and that show you that again that what Ty was saying, that Ty was like spot on because we tend to score goals that everyone we've seen, but if you know if Cole Palmer doesn't really score, you know it's just another day for us. Oh yes, coach. I know you were agreeing with what I said. Never say you were disagreeing. I know you were agreeing. Um, you know, it's just for other people that I saw was blaming Pochettino, and Pochettino didn't do nothing wrong. You know, it's just we just know that we need someone else to step in, different from Cole Palmer, because Man City already know what Cole Palmer can do, and it's gonna be like this next season, because a lot of teams gonna know that Cole Palmer is our main man, and they know what Cole Palmer can do. So they're gonna start to double up on him, and there are gonna be a lot of spaces next season. It's just us gonna have to find someone who can capitalize on those spaces that gonna be left, because team gonna try to find needs and ways now how to stop Cole Palmer. It's just what we can do with those spaces. Just like with Arsenal, a lot of teams used to tend to try to block Saka and Martinelli, and that open up the space for Odegaard in the middle. So that's why Arsenal was scoring free flowing, because of the pace of those two. A lot of teams have to try to stop, down the both wing. But for us, if he's on the one wing, they have to worry about is Cole Palmer. So they're gonna try to find needs and ways how to close him down. So we're definitely we're gonna need someone to step up, and take some of the burden. That's what my main concern right now is, if any of these young players gonna be able to step up. Yeah, so we definitely have a lot to fix this team over the summer. If you're still there, coach, I don't know what you think, but we definitely have to find another talisman, because it's too much. It's gonna be too much next season for Cole Palmer. And all these low block team gonna try to block his side. It's just us. Your Mudrick, your Madueke, your Conor Chukwuemeka, your Christopher Nkuku. Like, someone gonna have to step up. So a lot of Chelsea fan, don't take this as personal, but don't look for Cole Palmer to be scoring so many goals next season. He's gonna bring in a lot of goals and assists. But for us to really reach where we want to reach, we're gonna have to have other people stepping in. It cannot be like this season a one man show. It gonna takes a lot, to really advance and to be successful next season. Not saying that we're gonna win the league or anything like that, but to advance and to show progression, we definitely have to see other players start to step up, and they're still showing in maturity. Right now, if you notice, like, how they were fighting for that penalty, and now they get the opportunity to be the man after Cole Palmer was trying everything and couldn't work, and they couldn't step up. So that to show you, like, most of them is not ready yet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when Connie Chukwuemeka is fit, you can see that he's a player will definitely there can help Cole Palmer, but what we need them right now for the end of the season. If we really want to make a run, we definitely need them. We need them to step up right now. The injury ain't gonna help us if they can't stay fit. So we definitely need them to step up at this point in time. Like, we need people to step up right now. We definitely need we need right now a stable and a stable team. We need them to shake off this loss and go for it on Tuesday and go for it on the weekend again, because right now the game's gonna come quick and fast. We don't got a lot of times left. Like, the game's gonna come quick and fast, so we're definitely gonna have to capitalize on all these opportunity right now. And right now, the games that we got in, we're gonna have to make use of them, because the teams that's in and around us right now is dropping points. So we definitely have to take the advantage. You know. I like what Shalaba said. What do you think, Rich Moneymaker or Coach, if you're there? What do you think about keeping Chalobah instead of Disasi? You know, I know that they said Chalobah would bring pure profit, but Chalobah to me look like he is 100 times solid defender than Disasi. You know, he got some more speed. He's better in the air, and you can see Chalobah is coming back on form. You know, remember one of the time Chalobah was one of the best defenders we got. You know, when he played, we don't lost. You know, for almost a year or two. So I don't know. You know, for me, I would keep Chalobah right now. 4-1. Oh, four. The game is 4-1 right now. That that game that game is really for me. I'm not gonna say that Jackson. I wouldn't say Jackson's supposed to be. We sh- I don't say we should sell Jackson. You know, Jackson gonna be a very good player in his own. Is in his own right. You know, he remind me of a Solomon Kalou or Maluda, you know, type of player. You know, some of the Kalou wasn't a player that gonna give you a whole tons of goals, but it will give you the speed, you know, and a little bit of you know skillness on the wing. Even though they said he was a striker, but he wasn't the type of player that gonna give you 20 goals every season. But when he's on a moment, he's just on a moment. And for me, Nicholas Jackson is that type of player right now. You know, his finishing is the problem. His shooting is the problem because he can take player on. He can hold it up. You know, he can dribble past them. He can sprint past a player. You know, but it's just the composure, and that that's something that's gonna take time. You know, for him to learn. But we don't have the time at this moment because we cannot go a third season in this type of form. You know, so we definitely gonna have to work on something. For me, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and say that you know he is the man, you know, for to lead us into the future. But we definitely need a striker, out and out striker. That, as I said, I don't care whose striker it is. He couldn't be for like a pound or a penny. You know, I don't really care. You know, it have to be being someone that's can put the ball in the back of the net. Even if Manchester United score, I know Man City will take care of them in the final. So I'm not even worried about Manchester United win a trophy this season. Yeah, they definitely something gonna have to happen. Like right now, you know, destiny's in our own hand. You know, it's up to us right now to do something. You know, we still can make, as I said, we still can finish in the top four. No, sorry, not the top four. My bad. The top six. We still can finish in the top six. You know, it's 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 reachable. You know, can I say that we gonna do it? You know, I don't know. We have a game in hand on both teams. So if we can win our game in hand, I know for a fact that Manchester United and Newcastle gonna drop points. You know, by now and the end of the season, they're not gonna go undefeated. So they definitely gonna drop points. Well, when 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 Stanley like they I know for a fact that they're gonna look at it and say they see progress, but it's just up to them now to make it right. I would love if this summer, like, we just make the right choices. You know, I don't even worry about the directors anymore. Or the my biggest concern right now is for the team to settle down and try to make a run for that European spot, because it would be nice for these young players to at least play 2 games a week. That will kind of help build a momentum. For them, to be quite honest, because next season I'm not looking for us to challenge, but the following year, I would be lying if I'm sitting here and tell you that I'm not looking to see us make bigger progression, and at least competing, because that would be the year when I'm really looking for my team to compete. And I'm not gonna lie to you, like, it's well overdue. We cannot continue down this path, so we're gonna have to see a lot of improvement, especially with these young players, because you cannot let they get too comfortable, because once they get comfortable, that's what they're gonna accept. So you're gonna have to find a way, to push them. With Broja, I understand that what they're saying about Broja, but for me with Broja, his attitude wasn't really spot on to me. That's just my opinion. His body language, when he was there, his body language wasn't, for me, it wasn't ready. You know, he wasn't showing, or probably like he was trying to say he's the man, or I don't know. But his body language, and then I heard Pochettino come out and say the same thing. So his body language wasn't showing that he want to compete. Like he was showing that he should be the main player. Like, something was off to me. I don't know what it is, but his body language wasn't showing me too much, to be quite honest. Oh, the team news is out. Liverpool started a strong team, which they should. Allison is back. Trent is back. Oh no, no McAllister in their midfield. No Salasai. No Salah. Wow. I don't know what Liverpool is doing, but Liverpool, no Salah, no Sabasai, no Nunes. McAllister is on the bench. Well, I guess Klopp is trying to make a point right here, because Mo Salah is on the bench. When we could ever sit here and say that Mo Salah was going to be on the bench. Let us see how Liverpool going to take this one. Yeah, but for me, Broja wasn't even ready either. So it's just a lose-lose situation for Chelsea. It's just unfortunate that since Diego Costa, we still cannot find a out and out striker. Like, a striker is one of the hardest things to find right now. Since Diego Costa is just hard. For us to really go on a run where we can find see if we can find a better striker. It just seems like it just not happened for us at all. You know, it doesn't matter what we try, like it's just not working for us. It's just unfortunate, you know, that we cannot find a better striker. Like we do need a better striker. We need someone that can finish their dinner, you know, and that's it's just unfortunate that it just can't come our way. But I know things gonna get better, you know. I know things gonna get better for us. I know for a fact. Well, that would be good if next season we can make Champions League. It would do good for us. But right now, I know for a fact that that we can do it if we had a clinical striker to our list, and plus a better defender. You know, we definitely can make something. You know, out of the league next season. But we definitely have to find striker, and we definitely have to find another central defender because none of us know what Fofana we're gonna get back. You know, Thiago Silva is going. Disasi is not good enough, to be quite honest. That was a bad buy, honestly. Disasi remind me of Malang Sa. You know, the same type of player. He remind me of Malang Sa at this moment. So we still have Malang Sa at the club too. So it's just a missed profile that we did in the defensive third because to be honest, that $45 million that we spent for him, you know, could have stayed in the bag, to be quite honest, because it wasn't worth it. Honestly, it did not worth it at all. Like even Reece James, I would have put in the central in my defensive line over over him right now. So right now, next season, I would definitely use Reece James as a right defender and use Gusto as a right back. Right now, Ferguson from I would have take Ferguson right now. I would have take Brighton or the striker, the Brazilian kid. I don't remember his name right now, but I wouldn't even take Ferguson to be quite honest. He's young. You know, he's very young. You know, that other kid from Brighton, the striker, the number nine. I can't remember his name. But he for me, he's more he's more of a striker to me than Ferguson. Ferguson's an old fashioned striker. Don't get me wrong. You know, old fashioned number nine. You know, that's gonna be good in the air, strong, physical. You know, gonna slide in and you know, gonna do whatever it takes to get a hand on it. But he's young too. You know, so I would rather right now to keep Washington right now over him because Washington been showing me a lot of things that I really like when I watch the development team. You know, yeah. So I would definitely go for the next striker that Brighton got. You know, he was scoring a whole lot of goals before he got injured. You know, we cannot even think about selling Gusto or Palmer, to be quite honest. There's no way we can ever sit here and say that none of Chelsea fans gonna accept this. This is unacceptable. Like no one can sit here and say that they definitely gonna want to see this. We cannot even think about selling Cole Palmer. You know, I know that if we sell him right now, they're gonna be about $100 million player. You know, the profit's gonna be humongous on it, but we cannot do without Cole Palmer. Imagine take Cole Palmer away right now from this team, you know, and see and take away all of his goals and see where we're at. We've been right down there in the relegation zone. You know, so there's no way we can think about selling Cole Palmer. We just need other players to step up. You know, other players gonna have to step up. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no way they can think about selling him. You know, if Arsenal did go in for him, he would have go to Arsenal. But it's just unfortunate that we got you know, Joe Shield. You know, we need to put that guy more up in the recruitment, further up in the recruitment part. You know, because he's finding a lot of talent. You know, he got an eye for talent. So even if you get rid of one of the Paul Winstanley or what's his name, you know, we still got him can promote. So I would get rid of one of them, to be quite honest. You know, doesn't matter which one it is. I would give Joe Shield a raise, you know, or a promotion because he proved that he can find talent. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like we definitely gonna have to find a way. You know, we need to find a way how to give this young kid some support. You know, Palmer really need the support. We're gonna have to find a way to support him. I know right now Pep Guardiola is kicking his feet, especially in his sleep at night, and wonder how he get this player he get this player leave him, you know, because this player is outperforming all of his wingers, you know, the wingers that he got there right now, the Doku, the Grealish, you know, name them. The only one he's not outperforming right now is Foden. Even Erling Allen is outperforming. His performance is better than even Allen. And you know what? Right now, you're saying this. I'm gonna say this. You know, if we don't start to improve, you know, rapidly, it's gonna cost us in the long run because you're gonna have the likes of Real Madrid gonna soon be looking for a right back. And right now, the way Augusto been playing, and you know, Real Madrid love those friends players, and Gusto is proven that he is a good one-on-one defender. You know, he remind me of Aspilicueta. And right now, it's he's proven, you know, that he can step up to it. So if we don't improve, you know, quickly, like don't be surprised if you see Real Madrid come in for him. You know, it'll be for another day, but don't be surprised if Real Madrid come in. You know, but we need. That's what I'm saying. Like this next season, like we need to improve a lot. When I mean like a lot, I mean like a lot. Like we have to improve a lot. You know, we have to. Like we have no other chance, no other alternative. Like we definitely have to improve. You know, we're gonna have to make something out of it. But the time gonna be now. Now is the time Pochettino gonna have to work some magic and show that he can do something. Yeah, but if we don't improve, man, Real Madrid gonna come in for both for one or the other. Because right now, if you notice, Real Madrid don't really got a classic right winger like what Cole Palmer bring because they got Vinicius on the left. You know, imagine you got Cole Palmer. Oh, you forgot you got Mbappe there. I forgot. Yeah, I don't think they will come in for Palmer right now because you got Vinicius gonna have to move to the right, and Mbappe gonna go to the left, and Endrick gonna go down the center, and and what's his name gonna be in the 10? Jude Bellingham gonna be in the number 10. That gonna be a force to recommend. That's if they all can play together. Because Vinny is the man over there for the longest time now. So, destiny gonna be in their own hands. It's just gonna be up to them to see what they can make of it. But that Real Madrid team gonna be scary though. Honestly, it's gonna be speed. It's gonna be speed to kill. Yeah, all of Chelsea players is on contract. If you check it out, like all of them is on like a prison sentence contract. Like, if you tell me which one of Chelsea players is not on a massive long term contract, it will be all of them is on something long. But right now, the main thing right now is to hope that at least we can improve next season. That's what I keep on based on is just the improvement for next season. We definitely need to improve. We have to improve. We have to show a little bit of improvement. Once we can show some improvement, that will take us a very long way. But we need to. Yeah, if we don't next season, man, we're in for a long ride. Yeah, we're gonna be in for a long, long, long ride if we don't improve next season. 'Cause I saw something the other day that said Cole was linked with Real Madrid. They said Cole was linked with Real Madrid. No, no, not Real Madrid. Paris Saint Germain. So I don't know how true it is. You know, but we definitely need him though because he is the future. He is the future. So we cannot sit here and say that we can afford to let him go. Because he's showing more to me than Baliashile. Still won nothing to Manchester United. I don't know, man. I just can't stand Manchester United, man. I just definitely can. Yeah, Arsenal haven't made Champions League for 7 years, and the way our Arsenal fans are behaving, like they're being in Champions League year in and year out. It will it will take you by surprise, man. The way how they make it seems like they are everything, and they're not struggling for years now. That's what I'm saying. Like imagine Arsenal win something this year. If they haven't made Champions League for 7 years, imagine if they win Champions League or they win the Premier League this year. Like no one could have talked to them. Like they would have think like they're on top of the world. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't like to see another man down fall, but for me, that's better for me if Arsenal can stay right where they are. To be quite honest, I would love nothing more than that's what I'm saying. Who's already ahead of us in that like the Tottenham and the Aston Villa. There's no way we can able to catch those teams. So every single Chelsea fan would want or would love to see these teams that are ahead of us, the West Ham United, the Manchester United, and the Newcastle. Our biggest aim should want to see these teams drop points. And the Fulham and the Brighton, those teams are the Wolves. Like those teams are the team we want to see drop points, so we can at least climb the table. So right now, our biggest goal is right now to see all those teams around us fail, our job points, and we can capitalize on it. If you're a true Chelsea fan, that's what you want to see. That would be your main focus and your main target. And that is my main focus and my main target is to see all those teams around us, fail, to be quite honest, so we can capitalize on it. There's nothing else to it like what I would love, to see all those team drop or lose two or three more games, and at least we can capitalize on all those games that they lost. Because that works better for my team. And as I always say on this stream, like Chelsea first. No disrespect to the rest of the teams, but Chelsea first and everything else after. But my biggest surprise right now is something ain't right over Liverpool, because when I see Klopp drop the likes of Salah and all of his main midfielders on the bench, something is smelled right over there. So it seems like the job is in our hand right now. That every single time that there's a title this race and we have something to do with it, we always find a way how to how to how to impede in that title race and decide it. Um, Petrovic, for me, he is a good goalkeeper, but I only got one problem with Petrovic, and that's something that by times goes on, he can work on it. I don't know if you remember when we got Peter Cech, Carlo Cudicini. Cudicini wasn't the tallest goalkeeper, but he can claim a cross. And for me, Petrovic's biggest problem is claiming crosses. Like if you notice early on in the season when we got Sanchez in the goal, we wasn't struggling so much on set plays because Petrovic was good. Sanchez is good at claiming crosses, but he's horrible on saving shots. To be quite honest, Petrovic is a good shot stopper. For me, for me. I'm more comfortable with Petrovic in the goal, But if he can get what Sanchez got, of claiming crosses, offline, comfortable come off the line and certain of catching the ball, that can help the defense line a lot. Because when I used to play defend as a defender, sometimes it's good when your goalkeeper come and claim some crosses. That help you a lot as a defender. Even though they change it up because man-to-man marking, they don't really do that no more. They like to do zonal marking, which I think man-to-man marking is the best way. That's just in my. But they trying to change the game. But man-to-man marking should be. Yeah, so Petrovic is a really good good goalkeeper. It's just the claiming of the crossing. That's just the only problem I got with Petrovic. Shot stopping, he's very good at it. And he's a very demanding goalkeeper, and you can see like he's fully confident as a goalkeeper. Because when he make mistake, you can see that he meant something to him, and he really want to make it up to the team. And recently I saw him being talking to his defensive line. So, I can see a future in him, but as a number one at this point in time, probably not right now. But if we can get a goalkeeper that's good of claiming crosses and have the same attribute that he have, I think that will help him, to gradually, push him, and but goalkeeper don't really grow in their prime until they're probably about 30, and he's just 24, so he's still got a lot to learn. He's still got a lot to learn, and he will learn. But at this point in time, I have to just say he's still got a long way to go. Well, for me, Shalaba, I wouldn't even put Shalaba in the discussion because he proved to me that he's really better than Disasi. It's up to Putch right now to show them like Shalaba is a keep. I don't know why they're trying to get rid of him, but for me, I would put him in right now and say he's a keep. I would take the loss. I would take a loss right now on Disasi, honestly. It's just my take on it, but I would take a loss on Disasi right now. If that's what I have to do, I would do it. I would take a loss on Disasi. Yeah, if imagine you keep Shalaba with Fafana, and for next season I would have Shalaba, Fafana, and I would have I don't think Thiago Silva is staying. Thiago Silva is going. I know that they would love for him to stay at least one more season with these young players, but you have to let the man ride off into the sunset. You know, and go finish his best life. But I would keep Thiago Silva on as a part of the coaching staff. If I'm not gonna get John Terry, as I said before, I would keep Thiago Silva on as part of the coaching staff. Find a role for him because that man probably don't win a Premier League like or Lampard and all the rest of them, but he is a Chelsea legend for me. You got different legend, you got different category of legend, and he will be a part of my legendary team. To be quite honest, because what he done the short time he's here, he proved that he he stamped his mark. Put it that way, he stamped his mark. And that's all you can ask for from a player. Doesn't matter if it's long or short. He come in and he play his part, and we have to show appreciation for that. I don't think we need another midfielder. I just think we need to figure out I think we need to figure something out. I don't think midfield is our problem. We do got midfielders. Andre Santos is physical. He's a physical midfielder. You know, he remind me of a young Casemiro. He is physical. He can do a job in the DM. He's not probably not tall or whatever, but he's a physical player. And Ugo Chuku, he is a physical, tall, physical player. You know, and Cassidy is another physical player too. So we do got three physical player. Caicedo, you know, he's him and Enzo is there, and we got Khan and Chukwemeka. We got too many midfielders. So I don't think we can think about buying another midfielder unless it's gonna be a out and out DM, like a very experienced DM, not really another in this profile. Like if we're gonna get a really what I say DM that's really experienced. If we can find an experienced DM, then I would take a midfielder. But just to go buy a midfielder for a midfield's sake, like I wouldn't. You know, because you got Lavia there too. So I wouldn't think about getting another midfielder just to get midfielder's sake. You know, that would be just stockpiling. Wow, I should have been watching Crystal Palace on fire. I Probably that game is over now. I think the Liverpool game's gonna start right now. They probably just do a watch along for that Liverpool game while we're still on. But yeah, I wouldn't get I wouldn't get a midfielder just to get a midfielder. You know, sometimes it's not good to be stacking. You know, and that's what we've been doing. We've been stacking midfielders. I know we got a good. I'm not gonna say Balashil is not a good defender. He is a good defender. You know, I'll be a liar if I sit here and tell you that Balashil is not a good defender because I've been watching Balashil for a long time, and that's just the truth. Because when 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 Seth when what's his name was there, Seth Fabregas was at Monaco. I used to sit there and watch them, to be quite honest. And he was, for me as a young man was coming up, you know, he show a lot of potential. So I did like what I see. I would be a liar if I told you that I didn't like what I see, you know, because he was playing as a youngster, and he proved to us that he want to be a really good defender. It's just after you get that injury, just never come back the same. You know, let us see what's gonna happen in the future, you know, for him. But let us see. Oh, losing confidence. Oh, okay. Yeah, but he probably I'll be surprised, you know, because Levi Colwill will be back. You know, hopefully for Arsenal game. I hope he'll be back for Arsenal and Aston Villa game. But with Aston Villa, I think Aston Villa probably gonna have a European tie, to be quite honest, and they probably rest some players. So I'm gonna hope we can capitalize on that because Aston Villa is the only team that English team that left in European competition right now. I think they're still in the conference league. So I think they're probably gonna play Thursday, if I'm not lying. So that's what I'm saying. Hopefully they rest some of their players for that tie, and we can capitalize on it. You know, things is looking good in our way right now. It's just us to make the best of these opportunity. We definitely have to get improvement on defensive. We definitely need a better a faster defender, to be quite honest, to help, and a defender that comfortable of leaving his post and go out. Why? Because that's where the problem is for us. They tend to struggle when they have to go out wide. They're not comfortable of defending wide, especially with Disasi. That's the biggest part. So once we can get Reece James fit, we're probably gonna need Marco Corella is showing really good signs right now of a little glimpse of why we buy him. Not saying is back, so don't get it wrong, but I'm just saying right now he's showing a lot more. The last couple of games he really improved a lot. So I saw the difference in Marco Corella since he come back from injury. So Crystal Palace 5, well, West Ham 1. Ain't that a good thing for us? Liverpool, DS missed a clear header. I would keep Marco Colorella right now and sell Ben Chilwell right now and get me another Royal class left back, because Marco Corella can be a good backup player for what he proved this season. Ben Chilwell haven't proved nothing for the last 2 to 3 seasons. So at least 2 seasons. So I would like to get rid of Ben Chilwell right now, because even if we do sell Ben Chilwell, we make a little profit off him. Not probably not too much, because remember the first contract that he signed was expired. So he did sign a new contract. So we will make a little bit of money on him. No, I wouldn't sell Reece James. I would use Reece James right now as I said, as a right sided defender, to at least give him a little bit of run to take some of the pressure off his hamstring, for it to really come back in. So if we do not get any defenders, I will use Reece James as a central defender for a little bit, because he can play there, because Tuchel use him there, especially in the final and Champions League final. So he played there before, and he played there in his youth days, and he played as an all-in midfielder too. So I would. That's what I was saying, that I wouldn't think about any midfielder anyway either, because Reece James can play as a DM, because he's very good at it. He played there before. You know, Nani Madueke is a player that's really struggling, and he's struggling up with it within himself, because Nani Madueke he's trying too hard, to be an out and out striker. He tend to put in a lot of work even recently, but sometimes that can be good and it can be bad. Nani Madueke is over calculating a lot of things, because I saw him getting some opportunity now, but because Cole Palmer is making his name, Nani Madueke want to make his name too, because I guess because they're coming from the same England U team. Sometimes that can when you got too much young player, you know that is something that can creep into their team. Just the coach have to get that part correct. But right now, I saw a little bit of power struggling. Even with the penalties, you can realize that none of Madueke want to score goals too, because everybody's talking about Cole Palmer. So you want his name amongst the rest, So it can be very, very tricky, you know. And hopefully that he can get over that. If he can get over that hurdle and just be a team player and just know that I know if I get the opportunity and I cannot take it, doesn't matter if Cole Palmer got 15 or 20 goals, I'm gonna lay it off to him, or little stuff like those. Once Nunny get those things out of his head and get him his feet down and just know that he's playing for the team, it will help the team a lot. So that's where my thing is with our team right now. It's just some of the players just need to play for the team and stop playing for themselves, because right now we got too much individual players. Well, we all can see that. In the first half of the season, I wouldn't even say they didn't want him. In my point, I wouldn't say they don't want him, but I don't think he was getting enough from Nani. Just the same thing with Modric, because how we can move from Raphael, to be quite honest, to having Modric and Nani, I would have take Raphael right now for both. I would have swapped both, because imagine you got the Raphael on one side with Palmer on one side. That's an extra probably 10 to 12 points for us. So we're probably up there in top four. That's just some of the little mistakes that we made that we should have, considered. And the money that we paid for both Nani and Modric, that could have get us Rafael Leao, and for this season, it would have been good if we did keep Ruben Loftus-Cheek, even though we know we get some money for him. But keeping Ruben Loftus-Cheek would be a key for us this season. We make a lot of mistakes, to be quite honest, especially in the transfer window. We make a lot of mistakes. Hopefully this summer we can correct a lot of it. Yeah, Nani started to be a better defensive player. Yeah, for fact, like his defensive attribute is really, really better now than before. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. Like his defensive attributes is way, way better now, because it wasn't this good, for a while. And now you can see a lot of improvement in him. Like he improved a lot, and that's all you can ask for. You only can ask for your players to start to improve defensively, because it take a team to defend. You don't take individual to it take a team to defend, and it take a team to attack, because football is a team game. And that's what really good about it. That he improved in that aspect. And anyone said that none of haven't improved, will be lying to themselves, because he is improving. Cole Palmer do chart back, but if you got a talisman, you know, if you notice, he's doing all the work. So I wouldn't even blame him and say that the checking back is a problem, because he is putting the output. So if the worst player have to check back to get him on the ball to go forward, that for me, I wouldn't have no problem with it, because when he do got the ball, he try to make something out of nothing. You know, he been carrying the team, so I wouldn't complain too much about him not tracking back. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Fulham is playing like they wanna take this game. To be quite honest, Fulham. To see the thing is with Fulham, like we never can tell what you're gonna get from Fulham, because Fulham is one of the most unpredictable team in the Premier League. You know, this week they can have an excellent game, and then the next week, you know, they just fall right off. Oh yeah, he's an excellent player. Even Marcus Silva, you were saying something about the Boltzmann manager. Marcus Silva from for Fulham, I would have taken him right now over that manager, because he's been in this league and he come up against some of the biggest teams and he beat them too. You know, it's just Fulham. You know, I would love to see him at a bigger team right now, because he already proven in the Premier League that he can set up his team. So I would have taken him over the Bournemouth manager right now, to be quite honest, because he already proven in the Premier League what he can do. And on the day, his Fulham team, to be quite honest, on the day, sometimes they prove that they're hard to beat. You know, they're not easy to beat. But if I was like, if I have the opportunity right now, I would take Paulino right now from Fulham. I would be in contact right now with Fulham to sign Paulino if I'm gonna really go for a midfielder, because he's physical, you know, and he will do good with Caicedo. But if we're gonna sign a DM, like where we're gonna play Christopher Nkunku, or unless we're gonna play Christopher Nkunku off the left, or Jackson off the left, Christopher Nkunku up front. But Christopher Nkunku, when he play up front, he don't prove to me like he really want to play there. So it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. That's what I'm saying. I would rather go for him right now than go for the Bournemouth manager, because he's proven in the league, and Fulham don't play bad either. You know, they have their own style they play. You know, they don't tend to sit back and have low block. You know, they do try to play. You know, the players have a little bit of freedom to do what they want to do. Yeah, you can see when he come on the field, like he just definitely don't want to play as a number nine. Like he definitely don't want to play as a number nine. So I wouldn't even think about playing there. You know, so if you're not gonna play him in the number 10, and if you do get a DM, does that mean that you're gonna have Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez as an eight? You know, so you're definitely gonna have to look, because you're not gonna have they're both on the bench. That's why it would be good if we make the Champions League, because at least on the weekend you can drop one and say you're resting them for the Champions League, you know, and it won't be a disruption in the team, where you can set up the team to have a better fluid game. Because if you notice, when Enzo was out of all most of the games Enzo is out of this season, you notice that we play a fluid game, like the team was fluid. So Enzo and Caicedo don't really work together, you know. So that's why I was like, we're probably gonna have to use him on the left. And if we get a striker, them and Jackson, if Jackson don't improve, then the striker will be on up top and Palmer on the right. You know, so it's gonna be a long summer. You know, I'm trying to go to the Real Madrid and Chelsea game, preseason game, and see what I can get from there. But that game, I really want to go and see and take it in completely. To really watch and see what we're really gonna get from it. Hopefully I can. If I get to go, if the tickets are going so fast, hopefully if I get to go, hopefully I can do a little bit of vlog there. Yeah, I would be angry too. But right now, if you look on the striker market, for me, like I wouldn't even look outside of the Premier League because this striker inside the Premier League, a Holly Watkinson. He's not only a goal scorer, he's an assister too. So I would look on Ollie Watkinson right now, to be quite honest. Ivan Tony's a good shout, but Ollie Watkinson and Solanke would be my number one choice, or even that striker from Leipzig. I know a lot of people said he still have a lot to learn on his game because he's very young, but he is a good finisher. You know, so I will go for him for one or the other. Yeah, Jackson is not the answer right now. Probably down in the future he will grow. But right now he's not the answer. He is not the answer right now for us. We still need improvement. We still need a lot after get done. We still got a long way to go. Oh, all of these directors are very stubborn that we got. I realize that, like, all of our directors, like, really stubborn. All the new directors, they're really, 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 really stubborn. But let us see what they're gonna do this summer, because this summer gonna be the key of if they stay or not. Because if we do fail in this summer, they gotta go. They have to go. I ain't lying to you, man. This Fulham game start off with a bang. To be quite honest, Fulham right now, Fulham are pressing Liverpool. Like, Fulham ain't holding back. Yeah, things gonna have to improve. Of course, everything have to improve. They definitely have to improve. If not, like, they just have to go. This is a time that they have to go. If they don't get anything improved, like, what else we gonna do? Then I have to let them go. But Crystal Palace do. You know what? That Crystal Palace manager, man, do not underestimate that man, because he do well in Germany. And right now, like, Crystal Palace, man, they're gonna be a danger if they keep all their players this summer. They're gonna be a dangerous team to play against, because that manager, to be quite honest, like, he's not the type of manager that sit back on a low block, and they got players that can hurt you at the other end. The Olise and the Esse, you know, players, they got players that can hurt you. So, and that Wilson kid that Chelsea was trying to sign, to be honest, like, he is. I don't know how Chelsea didn't get that player. That player is a gem. He remind me of young Declan Rice. That young midfield. Chelsea was trying to get him in the last, and he chose Crystal Palace, which I don't blame him. There's a pathway there for him. because since he went there from Blackburn Rovers, because we play against them, and once we play against them, we were trying to sign him, and he chose Crystal Palace, which that was the right move for his career, in my point of view, because he's getting game time over there. And why would you want to come to sit as an understudy for Enzo and Caicedo? So fair play to the youngster, because he's balling out over there right now for Crystal Palace. What a player! What a player! And that only can do good for his development. Sometimes these young players have to make the right choices for their career. Ex- we need more experience, because when Thiago Silva left, especially in the left side, it's like Raheem Sterling is not the player that we thought we were gonna get. To be quite honest, don't want to dwell on Raheem Sterling today, but we definitely have to make some changes. What don't work, we're gonna have to find another way. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. This Fulham team is going toe to toe with Liverpool. They're not backing down at all. They're going toe to toe with Liverpool. And and that's what we all want to see. We all want to see our want to see good football, and that's what the Premier League been bringing for the last couple of months, man. We cannot say we're not seeing some good games. I know we love this Sassy because they both come from Monaco, but at this point in time, he's not ready for the league. You know, he's not ready for what for the Premier League right now. Right now, we definitely need some more games like this, especially coming up Tuesday. Like we have to take Arsenal to the limit. We definitely Arsenal is similar in blood right now because they're out of everything. So we have to go to the Emirates and get ready for whatever Arsenal bring. You know, my thought on Enzo will be like this. I know we pay a lot of money for him, but I'm concerned a little bit because I saw this before happen. I saw players got the best World Cup in their life, like James Rodriguez and James Rodriguez is one, and Jan, he was at Everton, a defender from Barcelona. Uh, I can't remember his name right now, but he's a tall defender that was at Everton. He was at Barcelona. I think his name is Young. I don't know where he's at right now. I can't remember his name, but I saw they were playing for Colombia, and they got the best World Cup. They got the best World Cup of their life, where they were in the World Cup team of the tournament. And sometimes you got players that that turned up in the World Cup and just have an excellent tournament. And sometimes they don't turn out to be what we expect or what we see in the World Cup. So for me, Enzo Fernandez is good on the ball by passing the ball, and you know those are the stuff like that. But I haven't seen much to his game, to be quite honest, to tell you that I'm fully confident in Enzo Fernandez right now. I'm more confident in Caicedo than Enzo, and even Santos, because Santos he gives you goals, and he's more defensively sound than Enzo Fernandez, and he got a little more speed than Enzo Fernandez too. So I would just say, like, Enzo Fernandez at this point in time, like, I don't know what I'm gonna get from him, because I know for a fact what I see, him and Caicedo doesn't work at this point. They're gonna have to find a way out to get both of them to work before I can really say that what I think of Enzo Fernandez. But at this point in time, like, I don't know what to say about Enzo Fernandez, because I haven't seen much, to be quite honest. It's not like this is his first season, because he coming in the January window when we got that bad season. So now he got a season and a half under his belt. So I know that they said that it seems like he got some problems, but for me, with the games that we got left, I will let him go do that surgery right now. To be quite honest, rule him out for the rest of the season and let him go do that surgery, and use Gallagher and Caicedo, because after the Arsenal game, long as Caicedo don't get a yellow card, he gonna be able to play the rest of the season. So after this Arsenal game, if Caicedo go over that without getting a card, I will tell Enzo Fernandez, just go do the season and get ready for next season. Because I know Gallagher and can do the rest, what we got. Because the only game we're gonna have left to play against the top team is gonna be Tottenham and Aston Villa after Arsenal game. Those are the two, main games that we really, really gonna say, that we have to worry about. So I would let Enzo go do the surgery and then come back and see how we do after done the surgery. So right now, that's the only thing I can say about Enzo, because I I I don't want to say he's a bad player, or he's a World Cup rebound. You know, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. That's why I'm saying I would love for him right now to go get rid of that hernia problem that he got. Just get rid of it right now, and next season start fresh and see if that's what causing the problem. So after that, then I can give him a better judgment, because I don't want to say he's a World Cup rebound, but I do see that happen before. I do see players got the most magnificent World Cup of all times, and then after just fade away. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, so it'd be one of those thing. But I hope that one day we can see the difference. But Enzo Fernandez at this point, he is one of our own. It's just to find the best way how to get the best out of him. In my point of view, it's just to get the best out of him. We need to find a way to get the best out of Enzo. What a goal from Alexander Arnold. Liverpool take the lead. What a strike. What a strike. What a strike. Liverpool 1, Fulham nil. One of the notorious Stash is still in the building. That's a good free kick though. That's a good goal. Yeah, you guys take the lead. I don't know if you see that strike. What a strike. It's up to you guys now to continue the journey. Yep. It's in your guys' hand now. Tuesday we will take care of Arsenal for you guys. Now Liverpool is playing. Now Liverpool seems like they're on something. Um, Gallagher. My thought on Gallagher would be like this. Okay. All right. Let me. All right. You better. All right. All right. Well, let us see how it goes. My thought on Gallagher. Gallagher for me will be a player that in a different situation I would keep him because of what he brings. He brings something different than all of the midfielders that we got. So you have to take it into consideration that we got some midfielders that really very very intelligent. Gallagher is not that type of midfielder with the ball. So his intelligence with the ball is totally different. But he's a workhorse, and he bring energy. He deliver what the manager wants. You know, sometimes it's not what we think is what the manager wants, and so the manager know how to get the best out of him. So for me, Gallagher would be one what I would keep as a squad player. But unfortunately, you know, if the team really in the financial problem, like they say we do, you know, if that's what to help the team, from financial problem, I would sell him. But overall, if not, and we're trying to sell him to sell sake, I will keep him. But Gallagher is a player that deserves a little bit of respect, especially this season. He do need some respect on his name because Gallagher is one of our players that can be right there with Palmer that can say he do have a good season, and he did all he can for the team. Like he week in week out, Gallagher is there, and not only there, you know, he is playing better than the Enzo and the Caicedo for majority of the season. Not all of it, but for majority of the season, He's our best midfielder, to be quite honest. So sometimes you have to split justice, So I have to give the man his honor and his props. Like, he did put in the work. Aston Villa finished 3-1 for Aston Villa, 5-2 for wow. We got a lot of goals today. Even this number 19 striker that at Fulham, you know, uh, he's even someone that you can really, look on, because honestly, he he been showing that he got some quite good finish on him. If we can just get Nicholas Jackson to learn how to finish, and I'm telling you, we definitely got a game on our hand. The- Right now, the team to fear right now will be gonna be Manchester United, because if you notice, they're going down the same route that we go down to. They're trying to get all these form of Manchester City, recruiters, and Man City. They gonna know, they know all the players that's have the talent that Man City got. And if you notice Southampton, everyone is looking through Southampton, just like what we did, and been nicking all these directors. So the one that we should look about to fear coming up, if they get it right, is Manchester United. Manchester United, they I don't worry about Newcastle, because they can't splash the cash like they normally used to, or how they want to be quite honest, because of their revenue. They don't make enough, so they can't spend enough. But the one should be fair is Manchester United. Yeah, they're gonna clear house. A lot of their players, they're gonna sell a lot of their players. So that's what I'm saying, that Manchester United would be the team that to fear the most, especially in the upcoming season, because if they get everything right with all these directors that they bring in, it's gonna be a quick rebuild for them, because Manchester United gonna always attract. Oh, Manice. That kid, man, is a good striker, man. His movement in the box, I like his movements. But if Manchester United get it right, it can cause problem for us, for the rest of the teams. You know, um, Hopefully they can come and buy Raheem Sterling off us. Tell them Raheem Sterling is on sale for $50 million. You know, Probably Raheem Sterling want to go back to Manchester. But on the red side. So we can make a deal right there if we can get Manchester interested. I wonder if Arsenal is still interested in Mudrick. I'm trying to do some sale for the club. I'm not sure if they're gonna get it right or not, but it would be interested to see. Because a lot of teams right now is doing their project. And Newcastle really, really want to splash the cash because if Newcastle get the chance to splash the cash, it will be trouble because right now I saw people saying about Bruno Gomes, like I don't know if he's staying or not. You know, hopefully he's not going to Manchester United because he's a good midfielder. It's just unfortunate, as I said, we cannot have no more cash to splash in that area. We cannot spend another $100 million on a midfielder. We're gonna have to make Enzo Fernandez and Caicedo work. Sometimes when you do some stuff in life and you do it too quick, sometimes it come back to haunt you because we splashed those cash too quick for those two players. If we know we did want Caicedo, we should go for Caicedo first. Our true many when we got true many to sign, like we should have signed all those players. And right now we wouldn't be sitting here and saying that we need world class players, or we would already have what we have. So it's just one of those days. We just definitely just have to accept right now where we are. And oh yes, Ty, if you want to jump on, bro, you can jump on. I'm still live. I'm just watching some of the result today and celebrating, man, because a lot of result going in our favor today. I'm just here still excited about a lot of the result. I would love to hear your take on the game yesterday too. Oh, Coventry scored two. Oh, let that result reign. that I would be rubbing my fingers if Coventry can pull this off. Like I would be jumping for joy. I would be jumping for joy if Coventry can pull this off. Now I got Ty. I'm gonna have to give Ty the floor. How you doing, brother?
Uh, I'm here, uh, still trying to, um, understand, get a full understanding of what really happened with the match against Man City. Because I tweeted something on yesterday, and it got a lot of hate because what I said is that Pochettino said before the match that we have to deserve to win. So I said that means we didn't deserve to win because even though we created opportunities and even though we had a plan that was a good plan, but it wasn't executed efficiently, we could not convert. And in my view, in order for you to deserve to win, you would have you'd have to.
Oh, well, Ty is there. I'll wait until Ty get back. No, you'll be back in a few because what Ty is saying right there is very interesting. I would love to hear the rest of it. But I'm telling you, man, Ty makes some really valid point yesterday on the show, on coach show, and you know, Ty know the game inside and out. I love listening to Ty. thought analysis is the game because whatever Ty says, always come with effect. If you listen carefully, you will hear what Ty is saying, and he always got it spot on. Go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, yeah, and what I was trying to say before, because I got bumped off, is that we have to we based on the fact that we couldn't convert our chances, we didn't deserve to win because if you can deserving its by its definition means that you've done all the efforts and after all the efforts you still lose. If it was a case where we would have scored a goal and then there was some controversy in terms of the ruling and if we should have gotten a penalty if there was handball and all of that. But if it was a case where we would have scored a goal and then it was deemed offside, for example, like in the Liverpool versus Chelsea final where we would have scored and they said it was an offside because of Lukaku's hand and all of that, then yeah, we would have deserved to have won. But that wasn't the case. And you were on the well, I don't know if you were on the panel when I mentioned it. Probably you left when on coach's stream yesterday before the match. I said that's the view was that we don't have a goal scoring problem, but I saw the difference, which is that we do have a goal scoring problem. Cole Palmer scored 4 goals against Everton, and then 2 other goals came from, well, one was an unlikely goal scorer, and another was Nicholas Jackson. So we do have a goal scoring problem because if Cole Palmer does not have a good game, if he doesn't score, if he doesn't get an assist, then we're not going to perform good because he has been the main man. And Cole Palmer did not have that opportunity to really make an effect on the match in terms of scoring a goal. So we did not manage to win the game. Man United is the same story. He scored a hat-trick before his little impact on what he did. We did not really pose much of a threat. So everything, even the way that we were attacked by United in that match, it was down to Cole Palmer creating opportunities and Malo Gusto to some extent. So we do have a goal scoring problem, but we definitely have a defensive problem as well. We have it in the sense that the defenders that we have, they're not compact. They're disjointed a lot of the times. And then we have the midfield problem as well. So we do have problems. What we can say is that we don't have a problem where we don't know. Initially we appear to have not had a way to win games or have a strategy. And we've seen that advancement. We've seen some improvements in recent weeks. Whether that's Pochettino, whether it's the players, I don't know. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to proceed on the path of caution because I really don't know people's views on Pochettino and all that. But we do have a goal scoring problem for sure. If Palmer doesn't step up, if Palmer does not have a good game, then Chelsea's not going to have a good game. And I don't like that. We've always had that type of player. It's been like that since 2017. Eden Hazard was that player, and not to say Cole Palmer is on that level, because he still has some way to go and all of that. But if one player does not perform good, then the entire team's going to struggle. Mason Mount, to some extent, was that player before Cole Palmer came. And if he didn't do something, and when he started having his off performances, then you saw the team drop because they didn't have him. And then you had other players trying to step up. And then we struggled to score goals as well. So, oh wow, Coventry have scored. It's 3-3. Wow, what a cup.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's been an interesting game today.
Wow, even the Fulham game. That game has been I think it's 1-1 as well. So Sunday football, it's good. But yeah, unfortunately, we didn't manage to go to the finals. And if we had won, then yes, you would have had deserved to win because the stats in itself doesn't lie. We did create opportunities. Jackson is obviously going to be the scapegoat for it. But it is what it is. We hopefully this experience will help the young players, to have some more desire and hunger in the future. It's not a case like in 2021 where we lost the FA Cup final and then that would have, given us some more momentum for the Champions League final. We don't have that opportunity anymore. So I'm hoping that the attention will be turned to ensuring that we can get the best results for the remaining 7 matches that we have in the Premier League, and hopefully find a way to get some sort of European competition spot. So hopefully that's it. But there has been some improvement, but we definitely need more experienced players. We need players who can step up and turn the game on its head. Cole Palmer alone is not going to be enough, and he's young and he still has some ways to go. He has made a few mistakes, poor decisions as well. So you can see the youthfulness in him still being a problem. So we need some experienced players. I don't know if the owners are going to see it that way. I'm hoping they do, because we need players who have had more time playing football at a professional level to come in and add to that experience. We cannot depend on just having young players and then hoping that in 2 or 3 years we can reap the rewards of them developing. That's FIFA mindset, and you can't have that type of mindset, because yes, the future may be bright with those young players if they continue to improve, but you cannot want to compete and get profit and be successful by not having players who can balance the squad in terms of age. We don't have that. Silva may be leading, and Silva is one of the players that you'd say is a veteran. He's experienced in football. He's from a different era as well. He's in that same era as Lampard, slightly just a bit younger. So after that, it's just about rebuilding. But I've always used this narrative, and I'm going to continue using it. We've changed ownership, and it's still poetic. Before the ownership change, we won the final trophy that was evading us for some time, and after that we had a new ownership. So it's just about trying to build a new legacy, building a different history with a new ownership, which hopefully can happen. And it's not impossible. We just need to invest in the right way and do what needs to be done so that we can reap rewards, because it's possible. Chelsea is not finished. They're far from finished. You can still see the legacy and the heritage of Chelsea still being present, because we still continue to dominate and put up a fight against the quote unquote bigger dogs like Man City, Man United, Liverpool, among other teams. So it's still there. It's just about finding the perfect balance and having the right recruitment coming in.
You're right, Ty. I'm glad you joined me today, because I got some interesting thing that I really want to go through, because I don't know if you noticed about this, but not right now though. But what you're saying about the game is 100% right, because when I was on the panel too, you notice I was telling them that the key to win that game yesterday would be Nicholas Jackson. I don't know if you did hear that part when I was telling coach and them, like, he will be the decider, because Cole Palmer, I know that they're gonna limit everything for Cole Palmer, but we need someone else to step up. And in my mind, I was saying that Jackson would be the one that getting all the opportunity, but it's just unfortunate that he just didn't take them. But I just know that it was gonna swing that way. So for me, I wouldn't say Pochettino set the team up wrongfully. The only problem I got with Pochettino in that game was when they bring on Disasi and put him as a right back. And I keep on saying multiple times on this show, like, he's not a player that comfortable of defending wide. If you notice, anytime that Disasi have to defend wide, like, he afraid to get close to the opponent. I don't know if it's because of his speed, or he just scared to get caught out. But he didn't go as close as he should go to that winger, because as you are playing up against a tricky winger, for me, like, you have to get close to that winger as possible, because the more space you give him is the more you give him time to make his mind up and jibble on you. And for me, that's what cost us the goal yesterday. But I heard a lot of people being saying about the young team that we got right now. I don't know if you noticed, like, with the strikers that we're all linked with. If we don't make European competition, like we keep on saying this, I don't think we're gonna be able to get this done. So what you would think about we trying to get Ollie Watkins from Aston Villa? You there, Ty? Oh, Ty is not there. When Ty get back, I know we'll be answering that question. But you know, for me, Ollie Watkinson have proven that he's a goal scorer. So right now, I would get Ollie Watkinson right now. For me, it will be my number one target for the summer. Forget about Usman right now because Ollie Watkinson not only he's not only as a goal scorer, he assists a lot too. But I would definitely love if we can get Ollie Watkinson in. To be honest, like I'm so frustrated with the game. It's more likely with the finishing because, as Marin said earlier, Marin is in the building. If Marin, as Marin said, like, so disappointed about the game, but they have to be more disappointed with the finishing. If we could have finished our dinner, I'm telling you, we will be looking to go back to Wembley.
All right. Sure.
Oh, Palmer was playing false nine. Oh, you can go ahead when you're ready, Ty.
Right. So he asked about Ollie Watkins. I mean, his stats look good in terms of how many goals he scored so far in the Premier League. I think he's on 19 goals.
And 10 assists.
Yeah, so that's good. And they've played what 33 matches now or something around that. Probably less. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, he's a good forward. I think I don't know. He's more advanced in terms of technical ability. He's more technical, and he's not just scoring goals. He's also creating opportunities, and he has created a lot of opportunities as well for Aston Villa. However, his teammates at times haven't converted the opportunities that he has created. I know that Aston Villa played today and they won 3-1. I'm not sure if he really made an impact in that game because I didn't really see it. Oh, he got an assist. Yeah, so he even got an assist today. Leon Bailey scored and he got an assist. So, oh, he got two. He got two assists. I'm looking at the.
Understand? Yeah, yeah, I think he got two assists. That's what I'm saying. It's goal and assist being improving every season. Not only just this season, every season, like he's gradually growing because I think he got 15 goals, 12 goals. I think he got 12 goals his first season, then 15, and now like he's gradually growing as a striker, every season, like he's improving more and more on the goal scoring part. So that's why I was saying like we should have splashed the cash on him instead of go for a Victor Osimhen.
I mean, I right now I don't even think Victor Osimhen is a viable option because and as you were saying before, I'm seeing a lot of people, especially on a lot of media platforms, they're saying go for this player. But what I think they're forgetting, if Chelsea doesn't get Europe, the likelihood of these players opting to come to Chelsea is slimmer because they're not gonna come to a club where they're talented and they're attracting a lot of clubs, and then other clubs may have Europe and they'll choose Chelsea unless they have some allegiance to the club and they like the club and they believe that the project is good despite not having Europe to play in. I think especially well even Ollie Watkins. If we get Europe, I'm sure you would be interested. I think we could get him. the hope would also have to be that Aston Villa don't get Europe as well, which at the moment looks as if that's a bigger ask because they're in a good spot. They have a good chance of it. So yeah, I mean, as you said, his each season he has improved drastically. I mean, even if he doesn't score a goal or score goals in a match, he creates and he still gets an impact and he has his impact on the game. So he got 2 assists today in their 3-1 win. So I mean, that shows a lot. I mean, he's more advanced in terms of where he is in comparison to Jackson. Jackson isn't necessarily a natural striker. He wasn't. He's more of a wide forward. If people actually go back and look at the history of Jackson's playing and the positions he's played in, they'd realize that he's not a striker and he's only been asked to play as a striker only last season when they had their injury issues. Villarreal had their injury issues. So the demand is more on him. But you realize that he himself he has gotten assist as well. He's being creative. He's also being technically involved in a lot of the games. He's dropped deep, win the ball, and then release the ball. So he in himself, it he has the potential to improve. Watkinson is obviously more advanced in terms of the fact that he left Brentford, went to Villa, and in his first season he picked up a good amount of goals. Obviously, Aston Villa at that time were struggling; they were up and down. So that in itself is impressive. So I mean, I wouldn't say no to Ollie Watkins at Aston Villa because he's more experienced. I think he's in his prime years now, and he's improving every season. He's improved drastically. You said 12 goals, and there's probably 12 goals in his first season, and the next season was 15. That's progression. So he's gone up by 3, and now he's on 19, and the season is not concluded yet. So he can still get more goals as well. So that's impressive. He's in line for the Golden Boot as well. I think it's 21, 20, and 19. So he's close. So that's impressive. I would take him. I think it'd be better to spend on him, especially with the whole restrictions that might be there in the summer in terms of how much we can spend or the chances of spending a certain amount. So I wouldn't say no to him because he has been impressive in a team that had been struggling for a while before Unai Emery went there. So yeah, I would take him. And I think it'd be more of a feasible option, seeing as Chelsea are still not guaranteed to get Europe. So we have to definitely work. But yeah, I wanted to touch on what you said about Disasi as well. I mean, you would know that I lean towards doing analysis videos more than any other type of videos.
I love
And I
them.
would
I love them.
yeah.
I love them. I watch them 2 3 times. I love
Yeah,
them.
yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, but I did when we signed Disasi initially, and even recently when I did a mid-season review video on him, I spoke about his weaknesses and what you mentioned about having to defend wide. He's not a good 1v1 defender when it comes on wide. A lot of the times when he was playing as that you call right back or right wing back or as the fullback, you realize that a lot of the times, a lot of the teams will be targeting his side because they would have picked up on that weakness. And you see the difference between the Sassy and a James and a Gusto. Gusto is slightly problematic in that area as well in terms of 1v1 wide, but he's more reliable. He slides in, he launches in, and he may get um a block in. He may deflect it or intercept, and or sometimes he might win the ball. So you can see the difference. And this has happened on so many occasions now that I thought Pochettino would be more cautious. We've made substitutions in the defensive area, and then after that, especially against Sheffield United, we brought on. I don't know if it was Chalobah we brought on and Cassidy, or I don't remember who, but we made a defensive change. And after we made that change, we conceded, and it happened on that. I know it was Badashile, I think, came on, and Badashile would have made an error, and Sheffield United equalized, and it happened in another game as well. Then it happened yesterday. So I was hoping Pochettino would have learned from that. And I guess the Sassy hasn't been a poor defender, but if you're going to be playing him that in an era like that, you're going to have to ensure that he is informed of the fact that he needs to not shy away from approaching the winger. Doku, I think, was the integral part as well. I mean, Doku was playing games with him. He was dribbling for fun, and you can't have that as on that area. You can't be having that on the right side because the right side is the side that a lot of teams tend to attack, or well, left as well, especially if they know that the player that may be playing there is not a natural fullback or a wing back. So you're going to have that being an area that they're going to be challenging. So I was hoping Pochettino would have learned from that. But yeah, Disasi is not that type of player. I think if you're going to play him, you have to play him centrally. Or if you're going to play him wide, you're going to have somebody there to support him. If it's a midfielder or if you have a another defender stepping in for him there, or you have an interchange in positions. But I don't think Disasi is that ideal option. So I'm hoping nothing bad had happened to Gusto or whatever. I really don't understand why Gusto came off, but it is what it is. But this Assi definitely isn't that type of player that you want to be playing wide or having playing or in a 1v1 situation in the wide area.
Yeah, as we're touching on the defense, you know, for me it was kind of hard to even talk about Thiago Silva. I don't know if you have any thoughts on it. Before we go to Nico Williams, that we continue to link with. What your thoughts on Thiago Silva? To see the way how he come off the pitch in tears. To know that this is his last chance to go to a final or to win something with Chelsea. The
Yeah.
disappointed and the way how the young players were smiling with the Man City players. Like the game didn't mean nothing to him, just a normal game. What's your thoughts on it? Or did you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean that it shows a difference. I mean, and it goes back to what Pochettino would have said. A lot of pundits and journalists and reporters would have had a problem with when he said it. But the maturity thing is obviously a big issue. When you have a squad that is mostly 21, 22, 23 year olds, you're going to have that problem of, yes, it'll be disappointing or whatever, but they're not going to be faced by it because they know that they may get another opportunity next season or in another opportunity otherwise. With Silva, I mean, Silva said that he will reveal his decision on if he's leaving or not. But based on that reaction, you could tell that he's probably leaving because if it was a case where he was gonna stay for next season, I'm sure. Or I mean, then again, I can't really say that. You don't want to be close to a final then get eliminated. But his reaction, the way his body language showed that he was saying that okay, maybe I can win a final trophy, or have a chance of winning a final trophy with Chelsea and then leave. But yeah, it shows the difference. We have the squad is very young. It's Silva is a seasoned veteran. He's more experienced. He has experience at a higher level than those players. So he shows a maturity level. You know, I get it. He may be acquainted with some of the players, but he just lost a final. You can't be laughing and smiling and having a joyful time when the only opportunity or an easy way to get Europe or have an opportunity for Europe has just been snatched away from you when you, based on statistics and based on the setup, were the better team in terms of opportunities and goal scoring opportunities. So I think in a sense Silva was hinting towards the fact that he might be leaving because he broke down and breaking down like that doesn't give that impression of, oh yeah, I'm disappointed. It gave the impression of, oh, this was the final opportunity, the only way we lost the EFL Cup final. This was the only way that we probably could have won our final trophy. I mean, at least, and this isn't to make it sound better or whatever, but at least it was in a case where his tenure at the club was trophyless. We won trophies, we won some important trophies as well with him being there. Obviously, he would have missed out on a few, due to injuries or knocks or not being available to play. But at least it wasn't as bad as he was trophyless. I get in a season where it's been up and down, you'd have wanted to win something, but I think he's leaving. I really think he is. But the players' reaction doesn't surprise me because Pochettino was right when he said that there's a lack of maturity. You need to be more mature. And the players looked as if they weren't really phased by it. I guess it doesn't hurt as much as being eliminated or losing in a final. But I don't know. It shows a difference.
Um, yeah, it's a big concern for me for this season, and I don't know if next season these young players gonna realize and grow up, and said like we're really close. So wonder if they can make a U turn on it. But for me, it was I never see someone lose a more an important game like that. And I've been so much smile it come back again to these players don't got no loyalty or no love for no club. They only got a loyalty and love for their career, because they're gonna always do what's best for their career. You're not gonna have a one man team anymore. Or back in the days when they used to have players that just want to play for only one team and one team only. We're not gonna see that in this generation anymore. It's gonna be probably that Phil Foden probably is the only player gonna be like that in this generation because Man City keep on winning. But if a Real Madrid call, probably he's gonna even leave too. So it's it's just where the game is right now. But the fan's gonna always be the one that suffer the most because the fan is the one that's gonna be attached to their football club. Players not gonna find that attached because they're gonna always looking for a different way out. It's just unfortunate that Thiago Silva have to leave us, in that way, because I would have loved for him to win at least another trophy something in England, because he win the Champions League with us, he win the Club World Cup with us, they win the Super Cup. But I would have loved for him to leave England with a trophy, and it's just so unfortunate again that we never even challenged for the Premier League, you know, when he went on with his time. But I would put him down as a legend, though. I don't know what you think about it.
Yeah, I would. I would say that he's been impactful. He saved Chelsea a lot of times in a lot of matches. And I mean, I remember the seasons. I think his first season in particular, we appeared to have been challenging up until December, and then after that, everything goes well. And then it happened with Tuchel, his first full season. We started off, we were top of the table for a few times, and then in December things went down. So I mean that roller coaster obviously wouldn't have been good for him as well. And I know for a fact that I mean the possibility of doing that is, yeah, it really is. I don't know. I can't really say otherwise. It really is unfortunate because I'm sure he would have wanted to add a Premier League to his trophy collection. I know. I think he would have won. I'm not sure if he won the Scudetto, but I think he would have been a part of a more successful team in Italy. AC Milan a few times. PSG would have obviously won the league there, but I'm sure he would have wanted to have won the title because he spoke about it. He expressed how he believed the team could, so you could tell that he really wanted that opportunity. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, I would 100% agree that he is a legend. You have to give him that status because he's being impactful and he has shown that in a very short time, him and his family, they they grew attached to the club. The support and love was there and it was visible and it was present as well.
Yeah, you said well said because even in one of his wife posts when they were saying that when his kids was growing up in France, they did play for Paris team, but they never feel the support and the love like what they get in Chelsea. So the
Yeah,
kids really want to stay in England. and they really want to stay where they're at Chelsea because I think they're a part of something that the youth team win the other day too. Their older son, so they build a bond and a connection there. I'm just hope that he can even stay on as like a part of the coaching staff. And I don't know what you think about this one. This question. Probably you can see it in a clearer view than me, but I think that we should have. You remember when we used to have like a coach that's a normal to stay with the team, doesn't matter who's manager come in or go. I would see if we could bring even Jen Terry or a Thiago Silva as part of the coaching team just for the club coaching team. Doesn't matter who's manager we bring in, they will always be there in the dressing room as part of the coaching staff. I don't know what you think about it.
Yeah, I don't remember his name, but there was this one guy in Portugal. I'm not sure, I can't remember at the moment if he played for Chelsea as well, but there he left when Lampard came. I think he said Lampard is going a different direction. He was there with Di Matteo as well. I don't remember his name, but every manager, I know
I
when
think
Josie
he's with
came back.
England now. I think you're talking the guy that's with England.
No, not Southgate's assistant, not him. Someone. Well, I'm not sure if you're talking. I don't remember his name. I don't know if it's Michael something like that. I don't remember. But yeah, I think so. I've always said that. I know I've always said it because he can see the coaching side of him. I think I would love for him to stay at the club as or come back to the club as a defensive coach, John Terry as well. I was hoping that he would I was hoping John Terry would be an option that we could have as a coach jump in the defensive side, but obviously he wants to go down a different path, which is fine. But yeah, if Silva is up for it, I would definitely take him as a defensive coach. If the love and attachment is as strong as it appears, I'm sure that he would do it. I'm not sure if he's gonna go back to his home country and perhaps give his former club one final dance, but it it would be something I'd be open to. John Terry as well. If Aspi is interested, then sure, I would definitely take those ex players or players at the club back as a defensive coach.
I would love to see it. I got a question for you again. Out of our defensive line, and we know that Thiago Silva is gonna go. Saliba is a possibility. You know, which defenders you think you would have keep this summer or you would have sell? I know it's probably is a hard question. I'm talking about from both right to left or to the central defenders.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, it's a difficult question because um Fofana has I at times I forget that Fofana is still a defender at Chelsea. He's barely played, and when he has played, he's performed good, but injuries is something. So we definitely need another defender if Silva leaves. Um, as you said, Chalobah may leave. I would personally, I would keep Chalobah if possible because Chalobah isn't necessarily a bad defender. He's had his up and down periods, but the reason Tuchel trusted him was because he did perform well in preseason, a little preseason, even though it wasn't really a preseason. He stepped up in the Super Cup final and he did quite well. So I would give him because he has had his up and down periods, but he's still been an impressive defender and he's been a defender that has been loyal. We haven't heard of him complaining even when he wasn't playing, when he fell out of graces with a lot of the managers. You didn't hear him complain. He always showed love. He was always there and never spoke negative about Chelsea. I would keep a personality like that because, as you said, loyalty in football or loyalty to a club, it's rare now. You're not going to see it as often anymore. I would keep him. I know that one is controversial. I'm sure a lot of people would want him gone, but I would keep him. Disasi is one where I believe a lot of fans would want him gone. I would keep Disasi based on the fact that we need some players who have more experience in terms of game time and playing at a professional level. Badashile is one that I would keep Badashile because before he had these slip ups and these mistakes, he was one of the more reliable players. A player that if you play beside Silva, you can trust that he'll be calm on the ball. His distribution at that time was good. And then he got that injury, and ever since he's returned from injuries, he's not been the same. So I would keep Badashile despite the mistakes because he's still a very young player. I think we can't forget that. I think he's an option that if he gets back into the groove, he will start performing well. I mean, it took a lot of the defenders that we had in the past a while before they got into the groove and performed consistently. It took Rudiger a few years. He had up and down seasons as well. Conte had a up and down. Sorry had up and down. Lampard it never really went well. But even when he was playing the first season on Lampard, he still performed good in a lot of games. Him and Zuma. So I would definitely keep Badashile. The the left back is one where I'm sure people might disagree with me, but I would keep Kukurea because, and I know there's some content creators who share that sentiment of keeping Kukurea, and for the reason that I'm going to give, he is shaky at times. Sometimes he makes the wrong decisions in terms of why he's not really that defensive type of wing back, full back. But I would keep him because when he has a good game, he has a good game and he performs at a very high level. Chilwell is an option where he's from the moment we signed him, we even signed Chilwell when he was injured. He's had some up and down periods, but if it was between Chilwell and Kukurea, I would keep Kukurea. Chilwell is an option where he's not a bad player, but his availability is an ability that is lacking a lot. Even if he comes back a couple weeks later, you hear that he has a knock. You can't keep a player like that when it's constantly been like that. The moment we signed him, we signed an injured wing left back. He started off quite well on the Lampard, and then he got injured again, and then he got injured again, and then we were forced to play Aspi as a left back as well. So it's not an option that is reliable. Kukurea has his shortcomings. Kukurea is still a good player. He's been impactful in a lot of games. And recently, he's made some mistakes as well. But you can't really fault Kukurea for a lot of the results that we've had because he's not played a hand really in those draws or defeats. So I would keep Kukurea. Chilwell is an option that I would be okay if he leaves because he's not been reliable consistently. James is an option where I would keep James, but if he gets another injury, which I hope he doesn't, after getting surgery, he's an option that I'd be okay with leaving because you need to be available. That ability is one of the most important abilities. Doesn't matter if you're technically gifted, if you're a good shooter of the ball, despite your position, if you cannot be available, it makes no sense that you're at the club because you're not going to be adding any impact. Fofana, I didn't really give a definitive response on that. I would hope Fofana can return, but if he gets injured again, he definitely needs to leave. So I would keep not Chill. I would keep Kukurea. I would keep Badashile. The Sassy, I would keep the Sassy Chalaba. We definitely need another centre back. We need a left back if Chilwell does leave or if Kukurea leaves. And a right back is one that I still believe we need to have another player who's able to play there. Even if they're a centre back by trade and they have that ability, we definitely need a right back because we need to think worst case if James picks up another injury or if Gusto gets injured. We don't want to be dependent on one right back as we currently are with Gusto. So we definitely need a right back. But I think we need a centre back for sure. If for Fauna's one, if he's gonna constantly not be available, we need to look into selling him because or moving him on because it makes no sense. He's barely playing games. He's been at the club for 2 seasons now. 2 seasons or is it three? 2 seasons, and he's been missing for most. So definitely we'll move him on.
I got I got a essential defender for you that Marin put up. What do you think about Delic, or what do you think about for the left back? What do you think about Robertson from Fulham?
Yeah. Robinson, he had a struggle. I mean, the first time he at Fulham when he came up, he was very clumsy. Very clumsy. I would take him, to be honest. I would take him. I definitely would. He's he's improved. He's gotten more experience in terms of age. He's picked up some assists as well this season, and he's been more resolute. I'm sure he's been good. I think he's added some impact in this game. I think Liverpool are ahead now, but he's an option I would definitely take. The Litz is an option that apparently we were going to sign and he opted to go to Bayern. The Litz is a cheeky one for me. He does have a mistake in him. He may have a good game 1 million, and the next game he's making mistakes or avoidable. I wouldn't say no to him, but I know he wouldn't come cheap because initially when you were interested, we were hearing a very high price being quoted for him, and to get him away from Bayern is something that probably it wouldn't be hard, but definitely Europe would play a role in that because why would you leave Bayern, who is likely to get Champions League and still have a chance of winning Champions League, and if they win it, they the allegiance to the club may strengthen. So Delete is a good defender. At times he does make mistakes are avoidable, but I would take him if it's possible and if he would be interested. Um, I'm seeing Kim Min Jae from as well. I'm not really acquainted with him, so I can't really say much on him. But I would take Delete, but he does have some injury. Not injury. So he has a mistake in him as well that is concerning.
Yeah, and the thing is with Delict too. Remember all of these defenders that we got is really young, and with the right back, what you were saying earlier. Remember, Shalaba can play as a right back, so that's what I think Pochettino would have been done because Shalaba is comfortable of defending wide. To be quite honest, if you're gonna make that change, and Disasi, the problem Disasi got, even though you can look at it and say he probably didn't want to mess with the partnership with Thiago Silva and but Disasi and Silva was playing majority of the game in the season where they were playing as a partnership. So I don't think that the adjust would have been too bad. And Shalaba was already in the groove of the game. So I think Shalaba would have done a better job, with the Daku, overall, but it's just a little mistake that we made. And hopefully that we can get a better defender. Liverpool score again, so Liverpool 3-1 up.
Yeah,
But
perfect example.
I get a question earlier where they were asking me if we would have signed a midfielder. I think it was Rich Moneymaker was asking me, what I think about if we're gonna sign another striker. Sorry, a midfielder, and I was telling him that I don't think so. I don't know your thoughts on it.
Um, I think we need to remember as well that I mean, if we're gonna get a midfielder, one would have to leave. If Gallagher ends up leaving there, we definitely may need to get a midfielder. We do have midfielders. We can't forget that. We have Lavia. Casside still hasn't really gotten an opportunity. And I mean, I think Santos is also there. Santos is on loan. We have Carney, who can play as a CAM, a cam, attacking midfielder. So if you look at the midfielders, we do have midfielders. We have midfielders on loan, and we also have midfielders to come back from injury. So I, I'm not sure if there's exits, then perhaps we may have to get a midfielder. I'm seeing Joshua Kimmich being mentioned. I think even he can play as a right back as well. I'm not sure. I think
Yes,
he's versatile like that. So
that's where we play
so
against Arsenal.
yeah. So yeah, I think if Gallagher, if a player like Gallagher leaves or something like that, then for sure, we definitely need. I'm hoping that we can see players like Leslie and Lavia come back. I don't know how likely that is, but we we the whole issue of Enzo and Casado, the problem is still there. You can see it. There's some disconnection there at times. Sometimes it looks okay. Sometimes it looks off. When one player has a good game, the other one has a bad game, and vice versa. So it's something that is concerning. I don't really think Enzo is really that six. He's not that six, and he's I really don't know, to be honest, because even when he was playing in a more advanced position, he was struggling. Then again, he was coming back from an injury and he was thrown right in, so or a knock. So I really don't know, but the whole duo with him and Casado doesn't really look effective. It doesn't really work as Poch would want it to. And I don't know, it really looks as if it's a mismatch. I don't really know if Pochettino knows how to use him or to get the best out of him. So even that is a problem as well. So I'm hoping Lavia can come back. We didn't really get to see much of him and Casado. We saw it in the Luton game, I think it was, or something like that. But it was just a little cameo, and even then that was limited. So I'm hoping we can see, but we definitely have midfielders. It's not a case where we do have midfielders, full stop. We do, but we we don't have them available at the moment, and some are on loan. So we have to remember that we have a lot of midfielders.
And what do you think about this guy from Wolves? Because I've been watching him for a minute now, and the only thing I heard about this guy is a lot of good things. The left back from Wolves, he's very skillful with the ball. He brings players into play, and he got a good finish on him. And he's more technical than Robinson from Fulham. But the defensive part, I haven't check it fully yet. But I know he play more as a wing because Fulham you Wolves use like wing backs. So I haven't really seen him in a back four um, a lot. But I heard people that watch him in international said he's good defensively. Um, I don't know if you watch Wolves a lot, or know much about him.
Yeah, he's a young one. He's a young. I remember when he first broke out at Wolves. I think we are linked with him back then as well when he was 19, because I think it was a while back. I think it was under Tuchel when Tuchel just came, and then the summer we were linked with him. Nothing really came of it, but yeah, he's come a long way. He's still very young. But yeah, he has a technical ability. So I agree with you there. He does have that technique. He does have that ability. But yeah, he has played morely as an advance, mostly as a advanced fullback, as a left wing back, because Wolves have um utilized wing backs for many years. So that is one thing. I'm not sure about his defensive ability, because we tend to see that players who play as left wing backs or more advanced, they're not really the greatest as it comes on to being able to defend. And we definitely need to have a left back who is good in on ones, and have the ability. He's a good player. He's still very young, so he can obviously improve. He's 22, so he's an option that I wouldn't say no to. I just believe that we have to actually scout him properly, because I'm not really sure about his technical ability, but I know that he has not technical. I'm not sure about his defensive ability, but I know that he's technically gifted. So that's a pro, but there's also that kind of not knowing how resolute you would be in the defensive area.
Uh, this is a conversation that I really want to have with you. What do you think of Frank Lampard as a manager? Not
Oh,
for us,
woo!
not for us, not
Oh
for
my
us.
gosh!
Overall.
Oh my gosh! Coventry are leading. Oh
Oh
my
yeah,
goodness!
come on!
Oh, this is embarrassing.
It will,
Wow.
let me set my chair good. So when I'm ready to spring, I can spring competent.
Oh my goodness. No. From 3-0 up to 4-3 down. That's embarrassing.
I would love Coventry to take this. I think they only
Oh,
got minutes left into the game too.
yeah, it's wow, that's crazy.
Come on, Coventry. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, we've yeah, well, I'm not you didn't get to really finish your sentence, but you said you wanted to have a
Yeah, cause I got something that I wanna. I don't know if it makes sense or not, but what you because I'm seeing a lot of people saying that Frank Lampard is not a really a good manager and he's not, a lot of different takes. So I just want to hear your take on it, and then I'll probably give you my reason why I think he is. It's not a debate.
mm,
It's just like I just want to hear your to see if it really make you know because at Fulham not at Everton, it doesn't matter who go to Everton, they were gonna fail anyway because Ancelotti was there, and Ancelotti didn't could not get what nothing out of those players.
oh, the goal is disallowed. The lucky man. Right actually got lucky, he got disallowed.
Oh, ooh, we start celebrating too early. Well, they're gonna win in penalty though. So if you look at it like what I was saying at Everton, where they judge him and said that he did an awful job, then he come back to Chelsea, and when he come back to Chelsea, no one could have do nothing at all to save Chelsea that year, to be quite honest. And when he was at Chelsea, penalties. Oh, yeah. Oh, Marin said it went to penalties. Then as his first stint in Chelsea, he did. We all know what he did with all these young players. And the following season, when he started introducing all the young players, and he followed with the older players, and then everything started to go left. So I think that it was an unfortunate situation if you really look deeply into it. I don't think that Lampard as a manager is really a bad manager like what everyone put it to be.
Mm, yeah, Lampard is a very sticky one because um I mean you could no one can take away what he did in that season where we had the transfer ban. I don't think there's any other manager who would have. I think at that time he was the best manager to have because in that period I think a lot. No, I don't think many managers wanted to come to Chelsea. So yeah, but like his managerial ability, it has been up and down. It has been a case of the way that he sets up his teams at time. It can be a problem. There has been disconnection. So yes, as you said at Everton, um, managers like Ancelotti, they they've tried to go there, and that's what's happened to a lot of managers. A lot of managers go there, and they can't really do much. What's Rafa Benitez was there, for as well.
Marcus Silva.
Sunday, yeah, Sunday has done a bit, but Lampard Lampard has been a very sticky one because at times the way he sets up the team, he's sometimes his worst enemy because there's this connection. You're asked to play. So the midfield is asked to push forward a lot, and then you have the attack that is at times trying to support the midfield, and then the defense is left isolated. A lot of the times that has been an issue. And then the midfield is also not as resolute as it needs to be. There seems to be a mismatch there. But yeah, I don't think it's a case where Lampard isn't a good manager. I think he probably did the process the wrong way. I think he should have gone, even though, in a circumstance it benefited Chelsea. We got Europe. We even had an opportunity to win a final, even with that transfer ban season. And unfortunately, we didn't manage to do that. But I mean, you can't take away the fact that he there has been a lot of matches that he's coached a lot of good results. I cannot forget the Ajax game where we threw all we could and we came back from, well, I think it was at one point 4-1 to 4-4, and we almost won the game as well. So as a manager, he still has a lot to learn. If he wants to venture and become a manager still, he needs to probably go to a club where the demand probably won't be that big, and then he tries to work his way up. Derby was a good club for him to be at, and he did a lot of things there as well. They got to the playoffs, they lost in the playoffs, but he did quite well in that season. So he's a good manager, but he's not as great as a lot of people would have hoped he would be in terms of what he was as a player. But I wouldn't say that he's a horrible manager. I just think that he went about the process of trying to make a name for himself the wrong way. I think he should have gone to a club where the demand wouldn't have been as high, especially after leaving Chelsea, and getting sacked and all that.
Yeah, yeah. What you said, well said. Because the reason why I was saying that, it seems like he's a manager that know what he really wants. Because a lot of people is saying right now that blaming these owners. That's why I asked that question first before I come to this part. But for me, like I wouldn't say this owner, was one of the biggest faults that we got right now because Roman Abramovich did try this youthful before. But the problem that we just didn't have the Jose Mourinho. We got the Jose Mourinho that just want experienced players because if you notice, like we buy like 15 young players at once before, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah. I remember when we signed. What's that guy? He left recently. What's his name? Not Pasalic. I mean, we had Pasalic, for example. Yeah, he was one guy. But
Yeah,
there's
he was
other.
one of them. He played for Atlanta right now. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Lucas Paqueta. That's another one that we signed. He was very young.
Kevin
He was
Bruna.
17 when we signed him, and then he left recently. I think he's 29 or something like that. And then we had players like Alan Nathan and some other players as well. Some
We,
players from Brazil, and I think at one point we signed Thorgan Hazard, his brother or something like I don't remember. So we had a lot of young players. We did sign a lot of young players and try to do it, but then when you have and then you had Charlie Mazunda, that obviously things went so with him. Otherwise, not really much of a manager preference. But yeah, we did try that because and it does make sense. Logically, it makes sense. You if you can invest in the players that you have, you get them to really pay for them, or you pay probably a million or so for them, and then you can help them develop. It lessens you having to go into the transfer market each time to replace a player if they leave, etc. But yeah, when Jose Mourinho, even though we won the Premier League and all of that, obviously due to the fact that we didn't have a plan after that, and when certain players left the club, it didn't help because we didn't have anybody to take up the mantle. We didn't have any young players to rely on, or we couldn't rely on them because they didn't get the opportunity. And they were in the team, but they weren't really given the opportunity as well. So yeah, it's not about it. So that's why I'm not completely against the structure that the new owners have. And I'm sure Roman would have ensured that he would have tried to get some information as to what the owners would have in mind. And obviously, one of the reasons why they would have become the favorites because Roman would have accepted and be appreciative of what he was being told. So yeah, it's not a case of it's Todd Bowley and the consortium, they're doing something that hasn't happened before. It's happened. We have an academy for a reason, and if we didn't have the academy, we would not be having this right now. So yes, the whole sister club system and trying to build a model, a multi-club model, it's not illogical, but at the same time, it's not working the way that they want it to, because you can't be trying to get 20, 30 young players, and at the same time, the team in itself isn't in a good, stable place. I think that you're going about it the wrong way. You can't really be expecting a team that is so young to do good. And perhaps that's not, they're not looking for immediate success. Probably they're trying to build up to it. But at the same time, if you want balance, you have to sign some experience. You can't just be young players, young players, young players, young players. Because at the end of the day, unless you're just signing them and then some will get an opportunity and then the rest you sell for profit, it's not logical. You sign all these players, but where are you going to put them? You probably send them to Strasbourg, but even Strasbourg fans are against the whole multi-club model thing. So even then, the process is really working, but it's not new, and that's why I'm not saying that the consortium have come with something that has never happened before, because it has. And one of the reasons why we would have gotten the transfer ban is due to us signing so many young players. So we cannot forget that, and I think a lot of fans are quick to remember that, to not remember that, and they're ready to attack the owners because our recruitment is so dumb. We're not doing this. We're signing out so many young players, but that's the reason why we got the transfer ban in the first place, because we were signing a lot of young players who were under the age of 18, and that was a breach. So that in itself, it's not something new. It's something that would have happened. And Roman, the whole anti-Glazers clause, it was put in place to avoid any sort of exploitation, any closing of the club and trying to get the club in for profit and all of that. I know then the whole essence of it is that they can't even take money from the club without having legal issues coming up until probably 2032 or something along those lines. So that in itself is a positive. But yeah, I do agree with that. I mean, we did try it before under Roman, but when you got when you got managers who lean towards the more experienced players and not young players and trying to develop and mold these players, you're gonna have that problem of them either leaving or they're mistreated and they opt to leave.
Yeah, you're right, because if you notice when Todd Bowley just come in and this interview that he did, his first interview, a lot of people take it and they don't really listen to it and dig deeply and try to remember like what Chelsea was about. Because if you notice, he was saying that they don't want to make the same mistake like the previous owner done before with your Kevin De Bruyne, your Mo Salah. You know,
Yeah.
that's what he said in that interview. So that's where they were going to head to. They were going to try to get all the best young players, but not let them go. So even if they have to get rid of the older players to bring them in, that's what they were gonna do, because they, in their mind, if Chelsea did keep the Kevin De Bruyne and the Mo Salah, Chelsea would have win more, and that's exactly what he was rooting to in that interview that he did. So a lot of people don't take it into perspective. Like, definitely these owners not gonna switch from what they're doing. They're gonna try to get the best young player because they want the next Mo Salah. They want the next Kevin De Bruyne. They want to build something stable where we can dominate for a couple of years like Manchester City did. So they got that in the back of their head. So I'm not against what they're doing right now. It's just what we're looking at right now. We want to win today. Because we're Chelsea and that's what we used to. We used to be winning today. Not waiting for next year or the year after. Because right now what Manchester United is doing, they're trying to get the best scout and the best everything across. Right now they want to build something similar. So it's just up to us right now to find a formula, even if we have to get a different manager or something, but the formula have to work. And there's no turning back on this because we cannot go back. And they were saying about Rudiger. Rudiger wasn't gonna stay. Doesn't matter what these owners give, because my next thing is Ty. I don't know if you're looking deep into this too, but these owners not to be blamed of the Rudiger and the Christensen leave, because those players that already was gonna go anyway. Because when Real Madrid come calling, tell me which player is gonna turn it down, and you're like a Barcelona. So I think that we cannot blame the owners for those all those players that leave. Your Kovacic and all of these players is already want to leave. The only one I can say we can take accountable for with these new owners is probably Conte, because Conte want to stay.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. So we have to remember that, and as you said, that's the culture that's it, and that's why I've said a lot of Chelsea fans were spoiled. Getting winning, no, but that's the thing, and that's why we've never been able to dominate for long periods, because we were only building for the no and not for the future, and aiming to do something for the future.
Yeah, and
So
and that's not a good model. Go ahead.
yeah, so that in itself isn't a good model, and that doesn't help it. Oh, Man United have won. Dang it.
Oh, penalty.
Yeah, they won a penalty shooter. It looks like Coventry missed. Well, it's gonna be an all Manchester final again.
City gonna take care of them one more time. Yeah. Um, even with the Roman Abramovich era, with even Frank Lampard, I want to bring this across to you too, and see, because I know your videos, but I'm telling you, your videos are good, man. Like, I wouldn't mind if you do one every day, because as I tell you, man, I listen to them 2 or 3 times, to really make sure I don't miss out nothing on them, because you go deeply into it, and I really appreciate it. To be quite honest. But you know that if these owners could have leave the team into a better situation, if they're before Roman gets sanctioned, if they did take all these opportunity that were was given to them with the with the with Frank Lampard when he was there. 'Cause remember, Frank Lampard tell him to get Declan Rice. I'm just gonna give you some names, and you tell me, But he tried to get Erling Allen before anyone know about Erling Allen, right? He tried to get Chouameni from Monaco before Chouameni was worth $100 million. That's those some of the few. Drew Bellingham, he told him to sign Drew Bellingham, and they didn't listen to him. That's just four. And those four players right now are four of the best players in the world today.
Yeah, and that's one thing I've always given that to Lampard. His ability to spot talent is good, and you have to give that to him. You can't take that from him. Yeah, I do remember that um before those players were became as known as they are now, he would have asked and said the club, and they said, not maybe we'll take a chance on those players. If they did, you never know. Chelsea could have probably been in a different situation right now. But at the same time, you have to look at it to say that would those players have been at the same level that they are now if they had gone on the path of coming to Chelsea or that? You never know. But yeah, the potential, and the being able to spot potential is something that you have to give him, because it's shown that the players that he said go get, they've actually done well, and they've proven that he was right to have been suggesting those players.
Yeah, when you said you're right. When none of us know what they would have go on to be. But with Frank Lampard though, I think that they would have get the opportunity, because young players really need opportunity. And I know for a fact they would have get the opportunity that they needed under Frank Lampard, because he was going mostly with youths, and I think that's where they're saying that he failed at Chelsea. When Tuchel come in, but I don't think he was failing because of his tactics. I just think because he fall out with all the players, the Jorginho and the Rudiger. kind of did bring a power, a player power in the dressing room. That's one of the main reasons why they get rid of him.
Yeah, I mean that is but that's one thing. I mean I've always had this theory as to how you got, it was so strange that we went from we went from what, and I mean he did some interviews after a few months later. I think with Gary Neville, and then he went on to podcasts with Joe Cole and all that, and he mentioned what really went wrong. And I did before the whole podcast that he went on, and when he talks about it, I always found it strange that he he quote unquote neglected the strategy of focusing on the youth, and then it was a case of we were trying to go for older players and older players and older players, which in that sense isn't bad because you want to balance it out. You don't want to just have young players and then they're inexperienced and they don't know what to do and they have no guidance. And I mean, he wanted certain players. I think at one point, I think another player was Marquinhos at one point as well. He was asking for the Cubs to get as well, and then they said they couldn't get him, and then that's how the whole or was it Kim Pem? I don't remember who it was, but there was a PSG player that he was suggesting, and they said they can't get him, and then Silva came up, and then he said he was okay with that. So yeah, I, his ability to spot talent is something that you have to commend. I mean, not many managers are able to do that. So yeah, I can give him that for sure. But I don't really think the stats or not the tactics was really the issue. I think the problem is that like you said, he fell out with a lot of other players, and when you follow up the players and they were playing, that is obviously going to become a problem because if they're not playing for you anymore, they'll perform badly.
Well, true, true. Well, it's a tough one to take, to be quite honest, because we're gonna just say if, you know, and as the old people always say in Jamaica, if me did know always come too late. I don't know if you ever heard that terms before.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. My family uses it. Yeah, 100%. I'm acquainted with that for sure.
Yeah, so it would be like, if, but it didn't happen. So I guess we just stick with what we got right now. Unfortunately, like Pochettino didn't listen to me and dropped Enzo on the bench and stick Gallagher in the double pivot with Caicedo for that game yesterday. So I guess we just have to wait until next season. But wish the run is good for us right now because right now all the teams today that's in and around us, drop points. So it's up to us to capitalize on some of those points that drop because right now most of the teams already played 3 games more than us. You
Yeah,
know, so it's looking good for us to push for the European spot. If we can do it because we tend to when those team drop points we tend to not to capitalize on it, and we've been doing that all season long even though we're not losing games because we go on an 8 games run and we still can't pass West Ham that lost about 2 or 3 games. So that to show you that we're not taking advantage of the opportunity that been given to us. What you think causing that? What do you think is one of the big problem why we cannot be consistent in that form?
I think one thing that has become an issue, and even in the match yesterday, we the whole essence of if we get the lead or if we have the lead, we don't have the right mindset, the mentality, and the right approach to keep hold of that, and that has been something that has stopped us. I mean, people won't look at it. People won't mention the whole Man United thing and the negatives of that match because we ended up winning. But that in itself is embarrassing. There were some things that were embarrassing. We had the lead, we bottled the lead, and then we lost the lead, and then we had to come back and win 4-3. So that in itself, the whole ability to go the long distances has been the problem. We don't have the endurance, and that has been the problem. Everton was an exemption because we ended up scoring 4 goals in the first half, and even in that half, it wasn't really the greatest because Everton had some goals disallowed and some opportunities disallowed, and they did have opportunities that they missed. And if they had scored, the result probably would have been different. But people won't look at that. But yeah, I think one of the problem is that for sure the inexperience and the maturity is an issue. Sometimes we are too rash. Sometimes the decisions, the substitutions hasn't helped because in the games in particular, Burnley, Sheffield United, the substitutions that we brought on, we end up bottling the game by those players coming on. And that's the thing. When in the most intense moments of the game, it's not best to bring on players. And that's why I've never liked making late substitutions. You need to give players around like 65, 70 minutes so they get that 5 minutes or whatever amount of minutes to get into the match. When you're making a substitution in a very tight match where the margins are so slim and the whole game is narrow in terms of one moment making a difference, you can't be making substitutions. And that's one thing as well. We're making substitutions very late. And when we make those substitutions, those players are being tasked with having to adapt to the tempo of that match. And they struggle because you are not giving them enough time to not be coming in when the match is hot or they need to be closing out. These players are young. And you can't bring on young players and expect them to just be able to have that endurance and knowing what to do. So that is a big problem. And at the same time, it's been happening for years. We just don't have the ability to hold and have that endurance. I mean, the Champions League final, fair enough, we could have won more goals. We missed chances in that game, but that was a strategy that Tuchel used that helped. But even then, it's happened a lot of the times. We lost games on the Tuchel, not because of Tuchel's incompetency and not because Tuchel was incompetent, but because of the fact that those players, they didn't have the ability to endure, to see up the match. So we bottled out of the games. So Southampton not last season. Yeah, it was last season. So Southampton last season, where we end up losing that game 2-1, I think. That was down to us not being compact, not being able to endure, and unfortunately just losing based on opportunities and the other team just having an answer. So the endurance is another thing as well.
Yeah, for real. Maureen put a question here for us. I'm gonna answer first, and then you can give your take on it. For me, with the penalty, Cole Palmer already fighting for the golden boot. I see Lampard and Jogba did it before, so this does show you like
Yep.
immaturity of these players. Because if your teammates already having the glory, like why you want to take it away, or why you want a piece of the spotlight? Just give him this, let him finish out his glory. Because at least we can say that we have a bad season, but at least we have a golden boot winner, which we never have won for many years. So that will kind of help us in a way if we can get at least the golden boot winner. That will even help us to get a striker to know that we're creating chances, and the team are scoring goals. So that will help us. So for me, that was immature from those two players, but Noni Madueke is a player. He want to be validated. That's what I see with that young player. He's a young player that really want the spotlight to be on him, or you want to share the spotlight. If you notice Madueke, he's not that. He's kind of like a flashy player. He's not a really calm player. He's kind of like a little bit of flashy player to me. You just want to be seen and want to be known, which you cannot take that away from him because that's just his personality. Nicholas Jackson probably just want to score a few more goals because he know that at the end of the season we're probably going to look for a striker. So it can be many different ways. But for me, Cole Palmer should be the one that will continue to take these penalty. At least go for the golden boot. At least let us leave with something for the end of the season can look at and sit and say at least we got a golden boot winner.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 100% true. I think that And as you mentioned something, and I'm happy you mentioned because I would have mentioned that as well. I remember it was under Ancelotti. I think it was. They were Drogba still ended up winning the Golden Boot, but I think there was a little debate between him and Lampard. I think Lampard ended up taking a penalty. I don't remember who, but I know that I think there was a final game against and we were in competition with Man United for the the Premier League. I think we were playing against, I don't remember if it was Wigan or I think it was Wigan. We ended
Wigan.
up winning by a very high margin. I think we won 8-1 or something like that. But yeah, Drogba still ended up winning the Golden Boot. But it shows the competitiveness. And Lampard at that time, at that time he would have made himself be known as that player. And he was at that time he had an objective of going up, which eventually he did do. So it became a win-win situation. But with those players, you could understand they were more proven with Madueke and all those other players. The situation with Jackson as well. The problem is that Madueke wants to prove himself because he has not been having the best season. Yes, he would have done some flashy things, dribble, score some powerful shots, and score some goals with great power and curling effort. But he knows himself that he hasn't had a good season. Jackson hasn't had a great season, but he hasn't had a bad season. And it would have been stated at how the match. I'm not sure the truth of it, but he's aiming to get 15 goals or whatever. Try to be parallel to Drogba's standard, or how many goals Drogba would have scored, or despite it being his first season, it had its ups and downs. Having something to show the fans that okay, I can do good or I can still perform good. So I didn't like it because at the same time I can't really blame the players because I don't think I think Pochettino kind of lied to the media. I think he lied as well, or he lied at some point because initially, before with the whole Sterling thing, he did say that they didn't have a designated penalty taker. I know things would have changed after that, and that was months later. But I mean, if he had made it clear to them, I don't think they would have gone and say, "Oh, okay, okay, designated penalty taker, you do it." But I think what the whole thing was is that you got a hat trick and all that. So you're saying, okay, you got a hat trick already. Just give us. I need a goal. I need another goal to my tally. By the way, he would be having that view. Jackson would be saying, okay, I got a goal already in this match. I want to get another goal. You have gotten yourself a hat trick. Let me get this opportunity to score another goal. So I think the thing is maturity is obviously a problem, but at the same time, that's just what football is. You've mentioned it in a different context earlier. Loyalty to clubs in there, and a lot of the time, players these days they want what the thing is how can I get this? How can I get this amount of money? How can I get myself to be on the spotlight and shine? A lot of the time, that's what happens. I don't think we have that type of mentality and mindset anymore. I mean, when we had players like Willian and Pedro and all of that, they weren't complaining when Hazard and all of that. You could see the togetherness, the family, and working together. And I don't know if many people see this, but even in this squad, there's this connection. There's some players that I don't want to use the word they don't like each other, but you can see that they're not as close with certain players. I mean, Madueke is close to Sterling. You can see that they have that friendship. Gallagher is close to what's his name? His name slipped me. But yeah, there's certain players that get along better with certain players. I think the whole thing with what happened with Enzo and me and Mason Mo against Man United showed that there was this connection there. So even then, so there's things where certain players don't trust certain players. So that in itself shows that there's no togetherness. And I think, because these players are arrogant at times, and I know people say Koeman was selfish, but at the same time, if you're so close, if you have a point to prove, you left Man City, a team that is winning and you're guaranteed to win something at least each season, to go to a club that was struggling and was 12 and finished 12 prior, you're gonna have to step up and say, okay, you know what, I left the club and had a right to, and he's proven that so far. He's in contention for the Golden Boot with Holland, so you can't blame him for that. And fair enough, he probably could have given it, but at the same time, you have to look at the fact that when he gave Sterling the opportunity, and if we had scored that, we probably would have won the game. And Sterling missed it. You don't make that choice. You don't make that same mistake of doing that, and then at the end of the day, it backfires that you're trying to be supportive of your teammates and you still end up giving up an opportunity when you're the designated penalty taker. But it showed lack of maturity there for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw this one to time, Marine. How long would it? How long would it, you think it would take, Ty?
Honestly, I think well I'm still holding on to hope that we will manage to so we can still get Europe. I mean it's in our hands. But we need to step up. We need to pose on the dropping of points by our competitors and for those spots. I think we can. But even if we don't get it, I think if we make the right recruitments in the summer, we could get it next season. I think we can because there is talent in the squad. There is still some players that probably we need to improve on. But and to be honest, Petrovic is a good backup goalkeeper. I was hoping would be the answer, but his distribution is an issue. And unfortunately, in this day and age, you need to be good at the ball at your feet because a lot of pressure will be coming onto you by the attackers of your opponent. So he's not the greatest with the ball at his feet, and that's a big problem. So if we make the right recruitments, we sign the right players, we could get that next season, and we could actually have a good chance of winning it. I'm hoping we can get the Conference League because the Conference League, and I'm not to disrespect the Conference League, but it's a competition where the competition itself isn't as high and it's not as difficult because it's still a league that or a competition that is still trying to find its mojo and get its groove and get its competitiveness. So if you can get it, I'm sure the young players will be able to, get a silverware under their belt. So I'm hoping we can. But if we don't get it this season, I'm still holding on to hope that we can because it's in our favor. We have games in hand over the teams that are above us slightly by probably 1 point, 2 points, etc. So it's in our hands still. We can still get it. But I think if in terms of when we can compete in the European competitions and win it, if we can get it this season, we have a chance of getting a silverware in that competition. Hopefully, it's Conference League or something, just a building block. Hopefully, with proper recruitment, we can pounce on that and we can get a good bounce into momentum and help these young players have that experience of winning silverware in Europe.
Well, what you said, Ty, well said. Because honestly, it's in our hands right now. To be quite honest, because as I was saying earlier, some of the teams we got like a 3 games advantage. Some is just probably two, and I think Manchester United and Newcastle is only one. But if we win that one game, we're gonna tie on the same amount of points with
Yeah.
with both of them. We got a better goal difference than Manchester United because they're a -9 and we're a +9. So, the goal difference there are better. And Manchester United still got Arsenal to play, and I think they got Liverpool. No, they already play Liverpool. So it's up to us. It's in our hands. We are the ones that really have to take that opportunity. And I don't worry about Spurs. Even though we know we got Spurs, but I don't really worry about Spurs because they play with an eye line. And as I said, like if Jackson put on his finishing boots, against these eye line like City, we can get something out of that game. So for me, I don't really worry about Spurs with the eye line because we show when we play against teams that play eye line, we show we know how to get behind, but it's just a way to put the ball in the back of the net. What do you think about the set piece coach that we got coming up, Ty, from Brighton? Not Brighton. So I'm saying Brighton. The way we shop at Brighton is just like Brighton just stick right there.
Yeah. I mean, he's been impactful for them. I mean, they're Brentford is a I think it's Brentford. They're good at set pieces, and I think we need that because a lot of the times we've conceded a lot of goals from corners recently. I mean, I remember the guy that was there for us. Initially started off quite well, but then it started. I don't know if it was. I don't know if it's down to his strategies started failing, but initially, if you remember, on the Lampard when he first came in, or was it Lampard? Or was it Tuchel? I don't remember, but it was Lampard. We were scoring a lot of goals from corners. Zuma, but I think we don't really have the players with the ability. So I think we definitely need players who are good with the ball in terms of using their head. But we definitely need a set piece coach because we've definitely struggled to get the ball out and to clear our lines when our opponents have set pieces and we need to start converting. Because Silva's leaving, possibly, and he's one of the few players I trust to put the ball in the back in there from a corner. So hopefully he can come in and help with implementing that strategy to help us to be good offensively in the set piece area and defensively.
Yeah, the defeat of West Ham today and Fulham it helped us because right now we got a big margin on West Ham because they have 3 games played more than us. So we just have to capitalize on those and we can do open a gap between we and them. So I'm not really worrying about West Ham. It's more likely Manchester United and Newcastle. They're the ones that we really want to see drop points right now.
Yeah, 100%. I think Man United are what 2 points or one. I don't remember two. I think it's 2 points. Yeah, and you mentioned the difference on goal difference. They have negative. We have positive. So all we need to do is to win games, ensure that our tally is in good margins, and we're above them. But yeah, Newcastle and Man United are the teams that we definitely need to hope drop points, but we also need to pounce on those opportunities that is given. So as you said, we have had opportunities to be in the top half sooner, and we didn't take them. Charity FC still being there. That we're very kind to a lot of teams, and I don't like that.
We always do. We always do. We always do. Ty, I got one thing to ask you. This jersey that I got on right here. I was wondering. I was saying probably I get one of these set for you.
Wow. Funny enough, that I've loved that one from last season.
All right,
And
message me on WhatsApp. I'll find them in a store. Yeah, a couple of days ago. So let's message me on WhatsApp when we finish the stream.
hmm,
Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk there. But let me see what else we got. We got here. The thing is with that right now, I know Pochettino is trying to give Madueke a little bit of running tie, but I just have a different take on it. I don't know if you got the same, but I think Palmer should be playing off the right, and I think Madueke was giving us a good impact off the bench. I don't know Pochettino, started because sometimes when you got players being giving you momentum off the bench, sometimes you just have to leave it that way, and I think Pochettino is just trying to please some of these young players too much. I think that's where he's making most of his mistakes.
yeah, 100%. I agree with that. And I mean, I would have said that Madueke seems very, very raw still. A lot of people disagree with me when I share that on X Twitter, and unfortunately, that didn't that really did get the right response because I was saying that if certain players went to our loan, that'd be okay, and Madueke was one of them because he is yes he was giving us a lot he was giving us a lot of impact off the bench, and I agree with you. You should when you see that you should give them the opportunity still from off the bench. I understand the whole narrative of okay. Sterling wasn't performing good, so and you can't drop Cole Palmer because he's the one guy that you can call on to convert. But I think Madueke would have still been impactful from the bench and could have been that super sub still of the game still. So I think the whole thing with Palmer, that part is sticky when you think about playing on the right because at times he seems to not impact the game as much against certain opponents on the right. The center, he's also targeted, so it's a depends on the opposition as well because in sometimes when he plays centrally, he's targeted, and and we saw that recently as well. So he was stifled a lot. He was played also the game, and at times he was not really impactful. Against Man United, for example, when Madueke came on and Kulpon was pushed to the center, he was able to make that impact. But yeah, in a sense, yeah, I would agree with to play Cole Palmer on the right, and especially with the players like Chukwuemeka coming back and all that. Probably that teamwork could help Cole Palmer. Take that pressure off him because Chukwuemeka is a player that I think has the quality. He's proved it. He has the ability. Before he picked up that injury, he scored a goal against West Ham. He showed his technical ability and his skill. So I think, yeah, I agree with you. At times, I think Pochettino is a bit of a yes man, and probably that's why a lot of people don't like him because he doesn't. I mean, you don't want to lose the backroom staff, but you don't want to lose the squad. And that's one of the reasons why he hasn't lost the squad because he hasn't gone and blamed the players bluntly and say that you're the reason why this is the case or all of that. So he'll have the support and he's trying to keep them young and happy. He wants to keep the young happy, so he's not gonna really come out and say negative things. But yeah, I think you should have stuck with Madueke being a super sub a little bit longer because Madueke when he comes on to starting from the first minute, he doesn't add the impact that he wants, and we saw that.
So, what do you think about Newcastle? You think Newcastle will be the biggest challenge for us to finish in the top six? Because the top six is still reachable. We got Newcastle and we got West Ham, Newcastle, and Manchester United. Which team you think will give us the biggest challenge?
Honestly, I think Newcastle. I think it's being said here, which is true. The comment that you have up, they haven't had the best form. They've picked up some injuries as well. The injuries haven't really helped their case. So it's been up and down with Newcastle as well. They started off quite well, and then they got eliminated from the Champions League and all that. But it's a tough question because West Ham are starting to have struggles. But if I'm gonna say a team is gonna give us the hardest time to get into top six, I think I'd have to rule on Newcastle. Man United is up and down, up and down. I mean, they won this game by luck, and I know it was a controversial offside because I don't know, but I guess I don't know. I don't write off not Newcastle. I don't write off Man United, but I think Newcastle is more likely to be the one that gives us the challenge. West Ham have had the challenges and they're not been able to get consistent results. So I think Newcastle will be the only one. Because if they get back some of those players, I think they'll be able to go the long distance and continue down the path that they're going.
So Ty, I got a big one for you. Do you confident that we can make it to the European spot? Do you think we got it in us? Can go on a run because we've been undefeated in the league for 8 games, but we draw a lot of games. We're not really losing games. I don't know if you see where we can turn some of those draws into win, or you think this semifinal loss to City gonna let us reverse back to where we're at for the beginning of the season, or the middle of the season rather.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it will because the thing is, it's not a case where we were outclassed by City. We actually created opportunities and could have won the game and should have won the game if we had converted our chances. But I'm not a person that's like to say if we had done this because we didn't. So it doesn't make sense to me say if we did because what has happened has happened. You can't change it by looking at the hypothetical. But I don't think we will. I don't we shouldn't at least. I hope we don't because we should hold on to the fact that you know what Man City are in the situation that they're in a title race and we actually for the entirety of the season we have matched them. We've not lost to them really, in the league. Obviously we lost against them yesterday, but the whole essence of it is that it was tight margin. The season before that, we were losing to them embarrassingly. I think we lost 4-0 or something like that. The season before, so we we're progressing. And with Liverpool as well, we're actually being able to compete with the teams that are in the title, race and all of that. Liverpool, they beat us comfortably earlier, but the whole thing of if we had converted our chances goes back there again. But I don't think it will because we actually performed well. Our strategy worked, and Pochettino is actually he deserves some credit for what's happened because if we lost a game, worse it would be on Pochettino. So we have to give him credit when it's due. So I don't think it should. I don't think it will. Arsenal is a team that Arsenal are beatable if we get our plans together, and I'm hoping that Jackson does not let the whole thing of what happened against City get him down or lets him lose confidence because I think at times he lost confidence this season. And I think that's why he wanted to get the penalty. I'm not saying I agree with what happened, the penalty situation, but I think that's one thing that would have caused him to because I think he was trying to get by his confidence and he really wanted to add more goals to his study. So I don't think he should. I'm hoping we have we can go the full distance, but we need, and it's always been, but we need to, or if, and I really don't like saying if, but if we're able to fix the problems that we have, we would definitely be able to get into the top six. We can. The run of games, it's not impossible to get top six. We have 7 matches left in the Premier League season, and if we can win those games and if we can get the points, we will get top six. We just need to ensure that we fix that problem. We're able to go the long distance and have that endurance and not make silly mistakes because a lot of the games it's not down to Pochettino why we do those games. It's down to mistakes that we made that we could have avoided. The whole Man United game, even though we end up winning, Casado making a pass mistake, Badashile having a problem in terms of clearing the ball, missing the ball, and then all that happened. So it's not down to Pochettino or the strategies, it's down to the fact that we're making mistakes. So if we lessen those mistakes, we definitely can get top six. So I'm hoping we can, but that can only happen if we fix those mistakes and don't repeat them.
We're gonna touch on Enzo. I know you probably soon have to go because I know it's Sunday. I don't know we go over there. Um, with Enzo, right? What do you think about Enzo? Do you think that he should go and do that surgery right now while we almost at the end of the season? Then continue because when Enzo played with Caicedo, I don't know if it's because of the injury or that we're not getting the best out of Enzo. So I was just wondering if you think that right now, we should stick with Gallagher and Caicedo as the double pivot and because Connie Chukwuemeka is fit, right? And let Enzo go do the surgery so he can be ready for the upcoming season. I don't know your takes on it. You can just let me know. Are you there, Ty?
Oh. My bad. I didn't realize my mic was muted. I was talking all along. But
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
I think he should. I think Enzo should get that surgery because for one, you in a situation like that isn't something that you should ignore. I mean, I've always been one to say that if it's a case where it's recurring, have surgery if it's the best thing to do and if it can actually help us. Having a sports hernia is not something to play with because it can get worse. And it's not like it's the first time this season that he's had that. And having rest and all of that, it doesn't help. I think he should get the surgery because hopefully, because if it's a case where it's something that has been recurring, you never know. Maybe that could be a setback and why he's not been able to consistently deliver good results or good performances. So I think he should. We have players. We have Chukwuemeka who can also play deeper as well if needs be. I mean, I don't think people remember that he can. He can play in a 6 role as well. So he's able to play in advance and deep as well. So we have the players that we can utilize in doing that. And even let's not forget, Turnbull can also play as a midfielder. I'm just throwing that out some possibilities as well because Tuku would have used Turnbull in probably 2 games last season before he got sacked in a midfield area because both him and his brother they initially were midfielders. So we can't forget we have players that can play in those areas. We just need to be able to set the team up. So I think he should have the surgery because I don't think we should be playing with something that's recurring. I mean, James should have had surgery to fix things a long time ago, but it kept being rest, rest, rest. Rest can work, but if it's something that keeps happening despite the rest, you have to have the surgery to fix the problem.
What do you think about this one that Marine was saying that he saw Whisper play?
Oh yes, I mean, it makes me happy. I'm happy that Whisper, he's in terms of where he's from and all that, it's good because it shows. And I've always been um, a person that always preaches about it's good that we have players. I mean, Leon Bailey has made me happy in terms of what he's doing with Aston Villa and all of that, and building a name. I know Sterling kind of distanced himself from the whole Jamaican connection. He plays for England, which is fine. He grew up in England despite being born in Jamaica, but having those two players, go, same story, similar stories in terms of, starting from a certain academy and all that, and then making a name and getting recognition. I'm happy for Whisper because he's more mature in terms of the way that he moves the ball, his decision making is good, and the way that he strikes the ball. I did a lot of analysis videos on players. So when you do that, you have to do a lot of research. You're gonna have to analyze matches. You have to look at videos and clips and look at the statistics. And people don't like to use videos, but I like to use videos as well because the videos will show you over the period of time what the compilation is. You can see if it's repetitive, if they do something different in certain instances, and how they adjust to the thing, to whatever obstacle is placed ahead of them in terms of opponents. But with Whisper, I was hoping that we probably see him get a little cameo in the first team, and get some minutes. But I mean he's helped the youth team a lot. I think they lost recently, but he's been impactful. He's been able to create. He's been able to score goals and score some good goals with good technical ability. A lot of people have cried for him to be given that opportunity, and I mean I wouldn't be against it, seeing as how we have something that we're aiming to possibly get, which is top six. But the season in itself is over. Otherwise, there's no trophy we can win, unfortunately. And I mean, right now we need to actually take that spotlight of Jackson because Jackson is definitely not that player to lead the line, and that's the video that I would have done recently about that because that's funny enough. I did that video before the match, but I had to add some points in it, for the whole time sensitivity part of it. But Whispers has made me very happy because he's proven that Jamaica is not just a country that can do good in track and field. They can actually have good footballers, and I know, especially in recent years, a lot of the schoolboy football that they have here, it's helped. It's helped to get them recognition. I mean, they may not go to England or some may go to America and or Germany and all the other countries, but they get the recognition for their ability because the whole mindset and the mentality and wanting to succeed, it's very strong in a lot of these players' minds. So I'm happy with Whisper, and I'm hoping that he will continue to develop and continue to impress as he's impressing.
As Rich Moneymaker is saying right here, I'm breaking Shaliber and Cocorella. I would keep both.
Yeah,
Honestly, I wouldn't get rid of both. I would keep both because Shaliber is proven when Tuchel was here that he can be a good defender.
yeah,
Remember we got a tiger with Shaliber that he never lost. I think it was 20 or almost 30 something games when he played for Chelsea. You know,
yeah.
so there's a defender in there. It's just to find the right system to unleash him. But for me, he's more quicker than Disasi, and he's more comfortable defending wide, and he can play as a right back too. So I would keep Chalobah. If the only way I would sell Chalobah if we got the financial problem, as what they're saying, that we're gonna catch it. If we have to sell him to balance it out, I will. But I wouldn't go splash the sell him to splash the cash on another defender that's not better than him. Because I think that we could do well with that money that we spent for Disasi. Not saying that I would sell Disasi at this moment, but because he's already here, and you will lose off him. But I think that if Shaliba, could have stayed fit, we could have keep that money in our pocket, to be quite honest, and go for another world class defender. But it's what it is, right? Because they already here. But I would keep Shaliba, especially Thiago Silva. Seems like he's going because I just saw a tweet that they're saying that in the coming days or weeks, a couple of days or weeks or probably a week, it will be announcing something. So I think that tweet was from Fabrizio or something like that. With his wife, they were saying like that was his last dance at Wembley. So let us see how it goes. And Gallagher, for me, as I said, Gallagher brings something different to the team. So I'm not gonna say that I will really sell Gallagher or keep him. But he's proven that he can stay fit and he can do a job. These midfielder that we got, the Roman Lavia and all of these players, like Roman Lavia, are gonna be like a new signing. To be quite honest, we don't know what he's gonna bring to Chelsea because he haven't been settled in with his teammates at all because he haven't been playing. So most of his days at Chelsea was on the doctor's bench. So we don't know what we're gonna get from Romeo Lavia. So Gallagher again, if we're not in the financial problem and we can keep him, I would keep him. I wouldn't sell Gallagher or Chalobah just to go purchase or buy different players, unless we're gonna go for a better experienced players. If we're gonna sell Gallagher and we're gonna get Paulino from Fulham, then I would settle for that because he is out and out six. That's the only way I will really settle for it. What do you think about that one, Ty?
Yeah. I mean, it's obviously, like you said, the only way I would consider the exit of Gallagher is if the whole financial thing, and we have to sell players, probably most likely homegrown players or something like that. Then, and we're gonna replace them with players like, I would honestly take Paulina from Fulham. He's a good player. He almost left, and then something happened with his move to Bayern, I think. But he's a good option. He's like, and like you said, he's a six, and we don't necessarily have a six available. Casino isn't really a six, but he can do something in that area with support. So yeah, I wouldn't sell Gallagher if it's not necessary.
Before we go to the end of the show, because I have to respect Thai Sunday is a big thing over there in Jamaica. For Jamaican, I know how to go with this Sunday family dinner and stuff like that. What your takes on the game on Tuesday? How you think that it's gonna go?
You know, Arsenal is a team that we struggle to get the better of. So I'm hoping that, I mean, the strategy, like I said, the strategy that we had against Man City, it wasn't bad. It was just not executed efficiently by the players. We couldn't convert the opportunities. We had some good opportunities created. We moved the ball well. We were able to get into the final third quite well and create those opportunities, but we couldn't post on it. With Arsenal and with what Tuchel showed with Bayern, they are beatable. They can be defeated. You just need to know how to prevent them from having the ball and to move the ball around, because I think about to Arteta. Arteta is the greatest in terms of getting them to be consistent when it matters, but what he's done at Arsenal is he's allowed them to move the ball fluid, and they have a way of moving the ball past their opponents quickly, and then they're into your final third. So I'll give that to them, but you have to be able to counteract them. You have to have a way to prevent them from having the ball too much. And if they have the ball, you have to be able to be compact. And Tuchel, even with the defenders that would have played initially in the first leg, I think it was, you know, you saw the difference. When he had the players that were more reliable playing there, they were able to withstand the pressure. They were able to silence Saka. They were able to get Martinelli to not be as impactful. And if he did some things, wouldn't have been efficient. But they are beatable. We just need to have a good strategy and ensure that our strategy is smart and that we act smart and that we work as a unit and as a team, because they can be beaten.
You're 100% correct. Right now, Arsenal is overthinking and overplaying, just like last season. And it's up to us to take this game carefully. Because we know what Arsenal can do. I'm not gonna say that they're a bad team, but we know what we can do. And we proved it earlier on in the season that we can give them a big shout. But at this point in time, it's just up to us. Our destiny's in our own hand. It's just we have to do what we got to do. To cross the line. You know, hopefully that we can. You know, any last words from you, Ty?
Yeah, it's best the best thing to do is to ensure that we don't let the Man City game us down, because at the end of the day, we did perform at a level that if we converted, we would have been in the final, and probably we should be in the final. But it's the past. The past with the past. Learn from the mistakes that were made and move on. So I mean, I appreciate you having me on, and it was a pleasure joining in and discussing the topics that we did.
I always love when you come on, Ty, you and Marin, because you guys make this show more interested because I can come up with a lot of more topic. To be quite honest, like when you guys support this channel, man, you guys are the best. Hope one day I can show you guys how much I really appreciate it. As we come to the end of the show, I really thank each and every one that watch. All who was in the comment section, Rich Money Maker, Marin, the Notorious Stash, Coach, you know, all all the best, for Tuesday from me to each and every Chelsea fan. I hope we can do it. The end of the season, I hope we can at least sit back and have a big smile on our face that we finally makes the some European trophy tournament, and hopefully it's up from here because 2 years of this, I don't think we can go through another year, you know, of disappointment. At least we deserve a little bit of smile on our face, you know. So I would just say, you know, for me, you know, all the best.
Coming from a bad place, oh yeah. Tryna be a better me just for you. But it ain't easy, it's hard to get used to. Minding my own business, I'm not worried about what.
And not only that, guys, remember, please like, share, and subscribe to your boy GFC Garvin YouTube channel. You know, thank you, Ty. Remember to WhatsApp me, Ty. Peace. I'm out.
Coming from a bad place, oh yeah. Tryna be a better me just for you. But it ain't easy, it's hard to get used to. Minding my own business, I'm not worried about what he do. Cause nowadays, all the niggas that be see-through. I always said this is that I'm staying around people. Finding my own path like I'm writing my own sequel. Two-faced people all around, they be evil. 2021, you can never trust nobody. Good and bad thoughts on my mind.